Shaki is an ordinary Basagalero who was taught in school. But when he was attacked by a mysterious foreigner and his father killed him, he learned that he had blood demons in his veins. And he used his power to make a Hingga tea. At first, a species of demons called Oni that lived in Japan. Destroyed everything and killed people according to their will. No one dared to fight them. But then a brave man named Momotarou appeared as the savior of mankind. He attacked the Oni and killed thousands of them. But that was just the beginning of a long war between Momotarou and the Oni that continues even in modern times. Not knowing how the old story of this town is connected to his fate, a teenager named Shaki cleans his collection of guns while talking to a friend on the phone. He tells that he was expelled from school because of the fight, and he says it's okay to him because he is tired of seeing the faces of his classmates every day. Later, his 10-year-old father Sayoshi arrived and beat him on the head, asking for an explanation as to why he was expelled from school. Shaki told him to leave. He was the one who beat Sayoshi so that he would be right because of his debt. But Shaki avoided him. Sayoshi asked Shaki what was going on with these guns because they were a liquor store and not a gun. Shaki told him that the liquor store was almost no longer working because everyone knew that he was losing customers. Sayoshi answered that he was forced to pay a high price after being expelled from school, and Shaki felt it. He said that he would not be a loser like Sayoshi and that his feelings for them were real. Old people's feelings do not hurt, but they go down because of a call in the business. Sayoshi left to take a break and Shaki sighed, wishing that a rich man would take care of her. She tried after getting used to his politeness, but an explosion outside the house surprised her. She went out to see what was going on, but a thick smoke was blocking her view. Suddenly, a burst of strange black smoke came out of the smoke and shocked Shaki. Shaki followed the smoke, grabbed her bra and pulled her out before being thrown on the street. While Shaki was waking up and wondering what was going on, an old man in white clothes appeared there, ready to attack her. But the next moment, Sayoshi returned there and stopped her car before telling Shaki to get in the car. She left in the fastest way she could, which is said to be the only way to leave the country now. Nevertheless, Shaki still did not understand what happened. She asked her father how he managed to hurt a man with his car, but Sayoshi said that the man was not dead and they needed to leave immediately, as far as they could away from her. She was really angry and told Shaki to listen carefully because they didn't have much time left. Sayoshi told Shaki that she was one of Oni's nephews, and that the man who attacked her was Momotarou's nephew. Shaki told her to stop joking because that was not the time for that, but Sayoshi told her that she was serious. Suddenly, a splinter made of black smoke appeared on the roof of the car, and part of it was avoided by Sayoshi. She realized that they were about to fight, and suddenly, the windows of their car were covered with black smoke. It was completely blinding them. Sayoshi stopped the car near an abandoned warehouse and quickly left, telling Shaki that they needed to hide immediately. Later, the car exploded, and when Sayoshi looked around, she noticed that Shaki was missing. Luckily, she saw the splinter of black smoke entering the warehouse and she was able to save her son. Inside the warehouse, Shaki saw that she was inside a large hole made of smoke, and a terrifying man named Sameda was standing in front of her. Sameda told Shaki that Oni's blood in his veins is the only reason for him to jump and fall in jumps like that of the Momotarou agency. Shaki was still surprised that Sameda survived the car accident, but Sayoshi came and told her that Momotarou's story was real. She said that for thousands of years, Momotarou and Oni fought through their grandchildren with their blood. In the end, Momotarou's grandchildren allied and formed the Momotarou Agency and forced the Oni to hide from the people in order to be saved. Shaki still didn't understand what was happening, but Sayoshi told her to let Daddy take care of it. Suddenly, Sameda was startled by two swords coming from the black smoke, and as a shield, Sayoshi also used the same ability to fight him. The two men quickly responded to each other, wielding their swords and making strong waves. Sayoshi pushed Sameda a little, but she said that he was weaker than before. Sameda explained that the black smoke was the only ability that only Momotarou could use, and that Sayoshi was his former senior at the Momotarou Agency. Shaki was very surprised to learn that her father was one of Momotarou's grandchildren, but Sayoshi said that she had completely forgotten it. Sameda asked her if she had also forgotten how dangerous the Oni were. She explained that because of the crime of hiding an Oni, Sayoshi would also be punished. Sayoshi responded by attacking her, but Sameda and them had the same strength. Shaki, who was just watching, was confused by their fierce fight while asking Sayoshi why he was protecting an animal that only Sameda wanted. Sayoshi told her to be quiet and tried to hurt her, but Sameda was faster than she expected. She was able to avoid the attack easily, and then Sayoshi was hit by a very quick combo that hit her on the temple and knocked her down. Shaki was very hurt when she saw her father bleeding, and cursed Sameda, saying that he would kill him. However, Sameda told her that she was about to follow her father to the next life. Suddenly, Sayoshi grabbed her feet and asked Sameda why he was doing this to Oni, and he replied that he did not need a reason to protect his child. Shaki was not yet in pain, and it was wrong to kill her because she had Oni blood. Sameda just made a black smoking sword to finish her off, and the raging fire inside Shaki exploded. As her eyes turned red, she cursed that she would kill the man who was trying to hurt her father, and her powerful demon awoke. She started doing dumb yugos on every hole in her face, and her demon's horns grew out of her head. Shaki screamed that she was going to kill Sameda, and when the man turned around to see her, he discovered that she was no longer tied to the rope. In the next moment, the bullets made of blood suddenly flew past her face, but because of her speed, she was able to block all the bullets. Even so, Shaki moved away from there, and while Sameda was wondering where she was hiding, the roof where Shaki was tied with a rope, like a crazy Batman. When she saw the body of this blood tree, Sameda noticed that Shaki was awake, and she was able to fight by controlling her blood. But that wasn't the scariest thing about fighting an Oni. Suddenly, Shaki followed her, pushing her back with her powerful attack. Sameda quickly turned the table over to her, wounded her arm, but Shaki fell back and her arm grew back. After that, she screamed angrily, and Sameda started to sweat because she realized that this fight would not be easy. Shaki showed her power to her with a lot of bullets made of blood, and Sameda was forced to use all his strength and speed to block the bullets. Later on, Shaki was shot by a huge missile, and thanks to his quick, Sameda avoided it with a small blow, and the rocket exploded. Behind him, the old man was forced to escape from Shaki's ruthless, but after he cut his sword in half, he hoped to fall down quickly. However, that was not enough because Shiki quickly reached him and tired and wounded. Sameda was quickly and Shiki tapped his face before taking a lot of bullets from him. However, no matter what Sameda did to save him, even though he was badly wounded, suddenly Shiki fell down and the bullets made of blood shattered. His transformation as Oni was erased, and while he was staring at his bloody hands, Shiki was lost, wondering what happened. Sameda remembered this as the common reaction of people who awaken their Oni power for the first time. In his remaining strength, he was again struck by a black cloud, and he was easily finished his job. Shiki, but when suddenly responded to them, sacrificing himself to save his child. Sameda asked him how he could sacrifice his life to save the child, the monster even though he had already. Sayoshi was just thinking about how told his old friend that it's not bad to be a happy father, even for a short time. Later, some civilians gathered in the area after hearing the explosion and the fire department called, and he let Sameda go first. He changed to a black smoke and fled, leaving Sayoshi wounded and Shiki, who was confused, alone. Shiki got angry and told his father that he would call an ambulance, but Tontomijil asked him to stop because he knew this was his end. He just wanted to talk to his child for the last time in his last moments. Sayoshi told him that he would never tell him about his cursed Oni, because it would mean that there are people who want to kill him. But now, he can only ask Shiki to be strong enough to defeat Sameda and the Oni to give him a free and happy life. Even so, Shiki yelled at him to be quiet because he wasn't done with him. He started to go out, saying that he would talk to them after he was gone, and Sayoshi just smiled at him before he finally breathed. As he was falling to the ground without himself, Shiki tried to wake him up first and then started crying non-stop. It didn't take long after that a man with roller skates came there. When Shiki looked to see him, he put him to sleep on one side of his head before he was taken to a place where only like him could become stronger. While he was unconscious, Shiki dreamed of the happy moments when she was playing in the park under the watchful eyes of her father. But after that, the dream suddenly became dark, where Sayoshi died in Sameda's hands. Shiki woke up in shock while looking at Sameda's red eyes, but when he looked, he saw himself with a puzzle and tied to a chair in a big, empty space. At his back, the man skater who tied to him held out a hand with push-ups using his thumb and returned to his feet when he saw Shiki awake. The mysterious man introduced himself as Nato, another Oni, and quickly showed his horns. Shiki was too confused by everything and he couldn't even notice Nato, who didn't want to say where they were right now. He told him that his father's body was safe and was in a different place, and he brought him here to pick it up and examine it. Nato suddenly skated to the whiteboard in the corner and pulled it closer before showing off how good he is at using roller skates instead of walking. Next, he started explaining Mama Tiro's agency to Shiki, has already seen a man who can control black smoke and use it as a weapon. Mama Tiro's agency is looking for and monitoring Oni, and as Ganti, the Oni made their own agency to fight. Nato said that his job is to find newly awakened Oni like Shiki and place where he can examine whether they deserve to join the Oni's agency. In a brief introduction, he put the whiteboard back in its place and removed Shaki's puzzle to interview him. After removing the puzzle, Shiki immediately started yelling at him to let him go. Nato also yelled at him, threatening to kill him if he hurt his father's body, and Nato immediately reduced his score to 0. He called Shiki stupid because he didn't understand what it meant to be safe because he mentioned it just a few minutes ago. Shiki was angry with him and said that he had no way to trust a loser like him, and Nato did not expect anything from him. When he decided to reduce Shaki's score while he was grumbling and insisting on letting him go, he said he would help if he wanted to join the examination. Shiki didn't know anything about the examination, but he wanted to get rid of it right away, so he tried to stop his anger. But he couldn't do it properly, and Nato told him to stop looking so confused. Shiki was shocked to hear this, and Nato let him examine him in an unusual way because he seemed to have no interest in crazy people. He removed his tie, and before Shiki could decide what would happen, using the tie, Nato grabbed him hard. Shiki was nervous while he was losing his breath, and Nato said that the true monster is bright when it's about to die, and that's what he wants to see. Shiki tried to fight with all his might, but he couldn't get out of the fight even though every hole in his face was bleeding. It didn't take long for him to lose consciousness, and Nato fainted at him, but Shaki's bleeding woke up because of its power. It became sharp thorns and attacked Nato, who avoided the attack without difficulty. Suddenly, he saw a Gatling gun made of blood stuck to his head, and behind it, Shiki was in a very angry state. He shot Nato and retreated after being happy, but his attacks didn't hit Edgelord, who defended himself by wrapping his armband in his blood. He reduced Shaki's mark by 100 points because he didn't know how to use his own blood, and even though he wouldn't remember it after the angry state. Shiki suddenly responded to him, but Nato was ready for everything. After a few minutes, Shiki regained his consciousness lying on the ground. He couldn't understand what happened, but he looked at his red hands and was shocked that he lost his control again. Nato was calmly sitting on top of him, saying naturally that he wouldn't remember because when an Oni gets too angry, they lose their sanity. Around them, the atmosphere was completely chaotic because of their fight. Shiki told Nato not to worry because he was also using his blood as a weapon. Nato immediately transferred his blood, but when it was gone, he told Shiki that he never left because he could control his power. Then he said that there was no need to talk anymore, because Shiki shouldn't have joined the Oni's agency. Shiki still has no idea what's going on, but if there's one thing he's sure of, it's that Nato is very strong. He put his pride aside and begged Nato to become human, because he wants to be strong and replace his father. Nato immediately refused his request, telling Shiki that he's the only one like him who doesn't use his brain while fighting the first one to die in a real fight. He called it a useless coward who can't control his brain or his power, and Shiki uses every bit of his strength to stop his anger. After that, Nato said it was time to get rid of Shiki because an angry Oni is a burden to everyone. Shiki used his special bell to cut off his skull that was dripping with blood. He made a bow of blood, and Shiki suddenly had an idea of how to change his mind. He ran away from Nato, reached for him and kicked his head on the ground until it reached Demugo. Nato quickly made his bow, which is a sharp pole that protects him from any attack that comes near, and calculated the possible movement that Shiki would use. Shiki jumped at the last second, one of the possibilities that Nato calculated,
when he
but
used
was
the poles to jump to the side and shoot a bloody bullet
Shiki
in
poured
his
his
face.
whole attention on the bullet, shooting a powerful bullet that pierced his back because of the impact. He couldn't believe that he hit Nato, but it turns out that he still couldn't do it even at that time. Nato simply pierced the bullet of blood with his finger and crushed it. Shiki doesn't give any praise for the attack, because he almost lost himself just to attack him, while Shiki seemed to be losing his mind again. Nato let him finish him with his special attack. He helped himself with a protection and called on the rich to make use of his blood, ready to shoot his order. However, when he noticed that Shiki was stopping him from being aggressive and controlling his power below, after controlling, Nato cancelled his special attack. Shiki was surprised that he was able to control his power, but he fell to the ground because he was running out of strength. Nato couldn't believe that not only did Shiki control his power, but he also stopped the berserker mode that not just anyone can do. He asked how he did it, but Shiki brazenly told him to accept him as a human being to know the answer. Nato said that he would think about it and Shiki would consider it a yes. He said that when Nato started talking about controlling his blood, he didn't understand anything. But when he saw that he cut his arm and used the blood to make a weapon, he had an idea. He thought that because they were both Oni, he could imitate what he did, and he was surprised that it worked. He just didn't understand the details, and he just let his arm fall down while screaming it in the mind that made the weapon. Shiki was still very happy that his special attack worked, and he asked Nato what he could say about it. Nato thought that it was crazy because things are not like that. In his experience, children like Shiki who are hadalos, dullos, and emotional will have a hard time. Their blood is controlled, while rational and calm people like him have the greatest chance to use their power properly. He thought that Shiki didn't listen to Catwarren, or just allowed his madness to control him, and he can use his wild instinct to force his power to follow him. He thought that this was a clever way, but it could also give a person a strong power. He started thinking about what to do in this unusual case, when suddenly Shiki told him that he needed power to avenge his father and kill the man who killed him. He told Nato that if he brought him as a memory and taught him everything, it would be beneficial to him. But Nato didn't think about that possibility. He made his armband and told him that people like him are dangerous to society, because he didn't know that he could control his power and just surrender. He said that he wouldn't accept him as a human being, and then he used his armband to stab him, but the arrow just hit his head. He told Shiki that he wouldn't accept him as a memory but as a student. And Shiki was confused because he thought it was the same. It's the same. Nato told him that he almost didn't believe in the experiment, but he will give him a chance to prove his abilities. Shiki didn't understand what was happening, so Nato decided to start with the basic knowledge. He told him that they were on an island called the beginning of hell, known as Onigashima. This is the place where the original Momotarou killed the demons. But now, this is a place where Oni can live safely. In the middle of the island, there is the Rizetsu Academy, a military school that trains Oni to fight against the Momotarou agency. Shiki was nervous when he found out that he was on an island. But Nato stabbed his face, saying it wasn't important. The most important thing is that Rizetsu Academy will teach him everything from general education, control of his blood Oni, fighting techniques, and the history between Momotarou and Oni. Nato is Shaki's homeroom teacher, and he tells him other things about how they do things here at the academy. But that's more than his little brain can understand. Shaki doesn't care about that because all he wants to know is if he will be strong enough to replace his father. Nato can't give any guarantee to him, but he said that if he won't be strong enough to fight against the Momotarou agency, he will be expelled from the school. Not long after, Shaki got dressed up and was excited to enter a different kind of school, but Nato warned him that there are other students who are going to study this year, and he is probably the weakest among them. Shaki suddenly remembered his father and asked Nato where his body was. Nato replied that they hid it in the morgue because they want Shaki to pay for the burial according to his beliefs. Shaki was a bit saddened by the thought of his father's death, and Nato told him that being is a waste of time, and he should just focus on being stronger to replace him. Shaki said that he looks like a nice person, and Nato was embarrassed that telling Shaki that if he didn't make it to class before him, he would be expelled. Somehow, Shaki caught up with him, and while he was thinking about how to get into class to get the most aura, Nato just kicked him into the door. Shaki felt that he had an aura death because of his poor entrance, and he asked Tissot for a masked man named Jean for his nose job. It turns out that Jean is even stronger than their teacher, and he told Shaki not to talk to him. Shaki got mad at him and started beating him up because he didn't have a nose yet. The new students say that the noses can't be controlled. Another man named Akari was hurt by this comment, who also can't control his noses. The situation in the classroom where Shaki was just getting close to Jean to get started, but before there was any trouble, Nato suddenly came from behind. Shaki just noticed that Jean was already next to him, and he didn't know how that happened. Jean was also surprised, but Nato didn't have time to notice what his students were thinking. He said that for the first lesson, they will play hide and seek. He brought all the students to the forest and told them that they have an hour to return to school while avoiding being caught. Then Nato said that anyone who can't return to school within 3 hours will be punished, and he didn't care about Shaki's punishment. He also told the students that they are free to use their powers, and he will only use his power if there is a loss. Jean was confident. He said that he might die if he didn't use his powers, and Nato didn't have a problem with that. Instead, he said that if someone died to him, they would immediately finish, and then they could join any group they want to fight the Momotarou agency. Then he said that there is a lesson to prepare them for the real challenges in life, and he will try them in every step. He asked everyone if they are ready, and Shaki answered that she will give everything and pass the tests. Nato also said that there is another lesson, and 2 balls that are still smaller than me came out. He told the students that they need to bring a ball when they arrive at the academy to pass this test, and they were suddenly thrown in the forbidden place. The students think that because there are only 2 balls, they need to do it, but Nato told them to divide them into groups. The first group is Shaki with Jean, and the shy pink-haired girl is Homer. The second group is the girl named Dakari and the nerd named Juji, while the nervous Roku and Kaina, who seem to be the most trustworthy. Nato told the 3 groups that he will enter the forbidden place for 15 minutes after they pass. They might win, but Shaki forced him, saying that he doesn't want to be in a group with a different mask. Nato told him that he might be expelled if he doesn't know how to be in a team, and he was forced to repeat what he said. After this, Homer got to know Shiki, who has never had any kind of relationship with a girl in his entire life. He immediately felt love for her when he saw Homer approach her, and he told her that he would protect her. He was embarrassed to hear this and told her that she didn't need to go there because he just wanted her not to bother him. Next, he went to introduce himself to Jean, but he's a Kate fan who's edgy and doesn't even notice her. Homer looked down at himself and started crying and asking for permission to talk to her. Shiki started yelling at Jean because it hurt the girl's feelings, and immediately approached Homer, telling him not to ruin his beautiful appearance by crying. He came back for Jean, but a Kate fan told him not to be a beta simp. Nato ordered their fight and told them to go inside because they don't have time to wait. Jean and Shiki immediately ran towards the forbidden forest, and after a few seconds of looking around, Homer followed them. Inside, Jean started climbing the trees like a ninja from Naruto, how defeating Nato will give him his end and the right to join any group he wants. He wants to use this opportunity to go first and face his biggest opponent, but suddenly, Shiki pulled him from behind, thinking that he's Jean. Asked him what his problem was, and Shiki answered that he'll prove that he's stronger than him. Jean was also ready to fight, and he removed his mask to show some shiny hair around his mouth. Shiki felt disgusted, but he said that only the weak were showing their old hair, but he didn't mind Jean's sarcasm. He just removed his gloves and showed that his hands were also covered with thorns. He pulled one of the thorns to wash away his blood and made it into a ring that belonged to him. Shiki was surprised to see this because he thought they were being blamed by the author of Chainsaw Man for copying his ideas. Jean told him not to waste time and run. He'll run away if he's scared, but Shiki answered that if he ran now, he wouldn't be able to avenge his father's death. Jean was surprised to hear that, but he suddenly changed his appearance and became evil while telling Shiki that they wouldn't get along. Shiki said that he didn't want to get along with Jean, and he bit his chin to bleed. But he didn't make it into a gun this time and panicked, wondering what he should do to make it work. He decided to fight with a stick because that's the only way he had. But he was immediately surprised that Jean wouldn't be able to cut a tree with just one stick of his arms made of chainsaw. Meanwhile, Homer was trying to find the two children when he suddenly heard a loud thud from the trees falling to the ground. He was suddenly nervous and his insecurity returned, thinking that he didn't belong in this place. But he was happy when he remembered that Shiki called him cute, and he went looking for him, not noticing that he was just close to one of the balls. At the same time, Shiki was trying to fight Jean using his arms. Jean wasn't just using his chainsaw power against him, that's why he was able to beat him easily. Shiki was constantly thinking about how to control his power that easily, but he realized that Jean's powers were different from his or Nato. He was losing focus while thinking about the true nature of their powers, and Jean was able to knock him down with just one punch. Shiki felt confused because of this, and Jean let him cut the tree quietly. However, when he started walking, Shiki stood up again, telling him that the fight is not over. Jean was so angry that he just sent a chainsaw to him, and in that exact moment, Homer arrived there. Because of his lack of caution, he didn't notice that he was walking towards the danger. Shiki panicked when he saw this, and luckily, he managed to save him even though he was partially injured because of that. He quickly got up from Homer's bed and told Jean to apologize to him. Jean answered that it was his fault if he died from his weak attack. Shiki was so angry at this, but then, all of a sudden, he heard Homer singing and asking for forgiveness like a prayer. He told him that it wasn't his fault, but Homer seemed to be alone and his nose suddenly felt numb. The blood was slowly forming a giant man, and both Jean and Shiki were wondering what kind of asterisk attack on Titan asterisk Homer told the two of them to run away because his female Titan would kill them. When he said this, the female Titan fell to the ground with full force, and Shiki was partially injured from its attack. Jean ran towards the female Titan that was trying to fight, but his chainsaws couldn't damage his giant body. Shiki asked Homer if he couldn't stop it, and he begged him because he couldn't do anything. He suddenly fell down after losing a lot of blood, and Shiki asked him to stay away from the female Titan to help him. However, he was surprised to see the Titan he was protecting, and even Jean was wondering if Homer's blood had its own insides. Suddenly, the female Titan started to bleed violently, and Jean was hiding behind a rock. Shiki received the full force in front of the director's attack, crying that Homer felt sorry for the female Titan, her his older sister, and Shiki stood up, confused at what he meant. Homer asked her again to run, but Shiki refused, saying she would die if she didn't help him, and she didn't want to see anyone else die in front of her. A strong thunder struck the female Titan, and the thunder reached even other students outside the forest. Mato was watching everything from the top of the tree, and he decided Shiki and Jean try to face Homer's ability to bleed before he found out. In the place where the fight took place, Shiki tried to stab himself to get the blood and use it as a weapon, but it didn't happen. He was attacked by the female Titan and fainted, but then the female Titan climbed the rocks from the ground and threw it at him. He was hit and fell, but the most painful thing for him is how he eats now. He hadn't lost a fight before, but now he's the only one without a child. He started crying because of the blow, but Jean came out to join the fight and told him to just go home if he'd just cry shit. Shiki got mad at him and said he was just sweating from his eyes, but Jean had no time for that. He cut his wounds again, and this time he was stabbed by 2 different types of chainsaws in each arm. Although he was still recovering from the last attack of the female Titan, he was determined to win every fight in front of him. Mato was watching from afar, and he realized that Jean was stabbed by 2 types of weapons at the same time. He began to explain how he could get any blood from Oni, but it was often influenced by their past traumas, likes, and experiences. Meanwhile, Jean rushed towards the female Titan using the spinning chainsaw to climb. He tried to imitate Levi Ackerman by attacking the female Titan's neck, but he sacrificed one arm to protect himself. While fighting the female Titan, Shiki shouted in his hand to do something. He wondered why he couldn't make a weapon while Jean could, but he suddenly realized that Jean was just doing things for the cut, and even Homer has a personal connection to the female Titan. He thought he could make a gun because he wanted these more than most Americans, and he suddenly realized how to control his powers. On the other hand, Jean was having a hard time fighting the female Titan when a strong dagger suddenly struck his ears. He lost his balance and thought he was going to die, and Mato was ready to fight, but then Shiki told him that he was going to fight. He pointed a powerful grenade launcher at the female Titan, and Mato answered that he had thought of it. Shiki was happy to try his new weapon, but then he was attacked by the female Titan. He was shocked by his attack and the grenade launcher. He was immediately blown up, and Jean and Mato were stunned by their power. The female Titan began to fly as her pieces scattered everywhere, and home air fainted. Meanwhile, Jean was still surprised by Shiki's strength when blood suddenly flowed. However, it was only blood that spread in the air from Shiki's last attack, and it didn't take long for it to become normal rain. Jean realized that not only did Shiki's attack kill the female Titan, but it also changed the time. Shiki didn't just think about it, he started walking towards home air to see if he was okay. But his gaze suddenly faded and he fell to the ground, unable to move. As soon as Mato arrived, he told him that he had lost a lot of blood earlier, so his body was weak. Shiki said that he was still able to stand, but not. Even 5 seconds later, he fell to the ground again. Mato called him a newbie who couldn't even control his power, but he realized that Shiki's power was beyond anything he had seen. He told Shiki that if he used too much blood, he could still die, and he was worried about home air instead of him. He asked Mato to look at him because he might have used a lot of blood, and it was okay for him to look after him. Mato didn't expect Shiki to worry about other people when he was in bad condition, but when he tried to help them, Jean suddenly attacked him. Mato's reaction was good and quick, so he avoided the attack, pushed Jean back, telling him that they don't have to worry about him. For a few seconds, Mato asked him what would happen if home air died because he couldn't get the money. And Jean answered that he didn't care about that. Mato was shocked to hear that and explained to Jean that he was taking care of sick people like him. Jean didn't care about that and just asked Mato if he could finish him off if he killed him. Mato promised that he was telling the truth, and that was enough for Jean to suddenly obey him. Mato blocked his blood chainsaw using his finger, made of the same material as Hulk's pants, because that thing won't break. Then he pressed a button to make the smoke disappear, and Jean thought that he was trying to make him fall by a surprise attack. He was confident that he could beat Mato the moment it entered his body, but in the next moment he was hit by some fast bullets. He immediately hid behind a tree, and Mato continued to shoot rubber bullets, saying that he wouldn't die from the bullets, but that he would hurt a lot. He also intended to injure Hai's arm earlier to make it more painful. Jean was able to fulfill Mato's plan to maintain a safe distance because he thought that he could only fight as close as he could. However, he had a few secret methods for such occasions, and he immediately went behind a tree, avoiding Mato's bullets before he sent some flying arrows at him. Mato easily dodged them, but he was surprised that Jean had a match against enemies who could fight outside of his reach. Jean continued to attack him, and when he stood behind him in the air, he thought that he would no longer be able to defend himself. However, Mato just fired a bomb at him, and Jean was surprised. Fortunately, it became another safe bomb, and Jean thought that Mato would shoot him from a distance again. That's why he didn't expect Mato to approach from behind and hit him hard on the back.
Being too patient with his guesses in the fight, because it became a tool to easily surprise him.
Jean was very sick and tired to move, but he was still trying, so Martu had to return his umbrella and use this cage to stop him. Jean was still trying to get away from the umbrella, and Martu was asking him if he was really him. His father was eager to see him. He suddenly became quiet when he heard this, and Martu asked him how he knew that. Martu replied that he looked at his files, so he knew about him, along with the truth that his father was a Momotarou. While Jean's whole body was trembling when he heard this, Shiki was surprised to know that they both went through something. Even so, Jean was full of anger as she admitted that her father was a Momotarou and took all of that shamelessness from her. She killed her family and then she did experiments, leaving traces. In her whole body, Jean remembered how she was thrown in the trash and she promised that she would kill him with her own hands, even if she had to risk her life for that. In her anger, Jean suddenly got a strong punch that forced her to remove the cage she could do was stopping her. Martu grabbed her in the face and then threw her to the ground, calling her a spoiled child. He told her that if she dies while chasing her dream, she is a fool who will never succeed. For the sake of making her dream come true, even if it means accepting defeat and humiliation. Finally, Jean stopped moving because of that, and then Martu called the school to send a nurse. She told the school that Homer will not be able to continue this fight because of his loss of blood, and Jean was also stopped from moving. Shiki was still standing, and Martu told her that there were only 6 minutes left before the time ran out. Shiki that she could try to get it from him or find the remaining ball within 5 minutes and arrive at the school. Shiki said it was not fair, but she had no choice but to obey Martu's wishes. She immediately ran away and told Shiki to chase her to see what she would do. Meanwhile, Jean was quietly sitting where she was tied to a tree when Shiki suddenly came out of the nearby plants. She approached Jean, saying that she would set him free, but in return, they need to help each other. Shiki said that none of them could defeat Martu alone, but if they help each other, they have a chance. Jean refused, saying that his pride would be lowered if he was saved by an idiot, and did not hesitate to defeat Shiki, if his pride was more important to him than his goals, because he would not be able to reach them if he would just sit there. Jean asked him why he was in such a hurry, and Shiki told him that his father was also to hear this, and then Shiki made a Naruto move at him, saying they were the same. Meanwhile, Martu was looking for Shiki, and because he was not looking for her, he was in doubt. He saw Shiki running away while Jean hesitated, and when Martu suddenly stumbled, saying that he was about to run out of time while showing his ball. Shiki started to put Jean in his mind, not because he was not helping him, but because even if he was saved, he still wanted to pass. Jean suddenly jumped at Martu from above, aiming to hit the ball. It was just a punishment, and Jean's real plan was to throw Martu with a rope tied to the ground. The rope sank to him, quickly stopping him, and then Shiki grabbed the other end. All their might, Jean he tightly fastened his feet to the ground, making sure that their strength was not enough to defeat him. Suddenly Jean shot Martu with a spear made of blood, so he was forced to evade, and he lost balance. That was enough for Shiki to respond to him and kick the ball away from his hands. The ball was near Jean, and Marta was sure that if he tried to bring it to school, Shaki would try to steal it from them while they were fighting, but to his surprise, Shaki told Jean to take the ball and run. Jean did that, and Shaki happily continued to cheer. He told Marta that they got the
only
ball from
person
him,
who
but
would
Marta
bring the ball
reminded
to
him
school
that was the one who would pass it, and that Jean was the only one who could do it quickly. Shaki was stopped by Marta, and Marta was shocked that he is one of those people who do not think twice before taking regretted his decisions and yelled at Jean to come back, but he was too far away to hear him now. Jean was sure that he would be able to get back to school at this time, but he remembered this would not happen without Shaki's help, and suddenly he could not just leave him. He turned around and ran to Shaki, who was surprised, and asked if he was confused by Zoro in the direction. Jean said that he was quiet because the only reason he was doing this was because he would like to steal more and use his intentions in his own way, and that's why he asked Shaki to take the ball and go to the academy. But when they were about to play a small pink ball, that they were the only ones who could run to it, immediately stopped the fight, telling them that they should not fight if Muko is here, their guardian Shura, who is quick to bring. He knew that Muko was only sent when there was an emergency, and he would receive requests for help from the Kyoto branch that was being attacked by the Momotarou agency. Outside the place of the fight, other students were waiting for their turnout, thinking that Shaki was confused, and others telling others time had the Kyoto branch was in a dire situation, boarded a boat and headed for help, so they would go there. The students' opinions about going to the actual fight were mixed. Nevertheless, Marta told them that they would not fight, and that he just needed their support for the real trials. Not long after, they arrived in Kyoto and were led by Marta to a place around a the base of the Oni agency, which is right below it. The students to an ordinary restaurant, where a terrifyingly old woman greeted them. When they arrived at the hall, an old woman gave them a hidden step under the ground that would lead them to there. Meanwhile, in another place, Tsubakiri, a captain of the Momotarou agency, just finished chasing a group of Oni. He called them Oni that pretend to be soldiers, and told his vice-captain, Yomogi, about that he was at work again because it was hard to clean, and Tsubakiri replied that he only gets irritated when he sees women to face him because they are stronger and more resistant to pain than men, so they are a good choice for his experiments. Yomogi said that his experiments were disgusting, and he despised them, especially the things that walked near them. Tsubakiri told him not to be cold to his favorite animal mixed with dogs, monkeys, and pheasants. He called it ugly, and that was the only thing that Yomogi despised about him. Was his important purpose of the experiment, and also an important member of their biological army against the Oni. Yomogi's mother said that their job was to kill the dangerous Oni and save the civilians. She should be responsible for wasting her time in this terrifying experiment. Tsubakiri told him that the blood of the Oni is really dangerous, and he is doing what he can to help in his own way. He admitted that if they learn how to control the blood of the Oni on their own, it will definitely help the Momotarou agency that can heal the blood of the Oni. They will be richer than reminded him that even the Momotarou have the same ability, and Tsubakiri said that it is not good to experiment on people. However, the Oni seemed to be displeased with him, and he said that be experimented on because it would be a waste if they would just kill. A very scared young Oni heard all of this while hiding behind the corner, to be quiet, and he tried. In a moment, he heard the screams of two Momotarou agents moving away. He took a deep breath, and that was his big mistake, because Tsubakiri heard him and immediately went to him. The child was scared and Tsubakiri let him go to the lab. Yomodi told him that he would put him to sleep, so that he would put him to sleep without medicine. A drop of blood dripped on Tsubakiri's coat. Yomodi decided that this would be a problem, not for him but for the young Oni. Tsubakiri approached him, he was stabbed in the Oni's blood. This is a shameful thing and he will not allow it to his uniform. He asked the child if his parents' house was nearby and if they were with the group he killed. There was no answer. He raised the Oni's bodies up close to show the child, asking if his parents were here. The child was so scared that he could not speak, and Tsubakiri decided he was terrified because of all the Momotarou abilities he saw. Tsubakiri's was the most demonic. The black smoke coming out of their bodies is a special bacteria that lives in their blood, and they use it. Tsubakiri, on the other hand, can use bacteria to control the bodies, and he is still not used to it. Not long after, Tsubakiri was done killing the boy, and he told the big Oni dumpling while they were going to look for the Yord to kill. On the other side, Shin and the other students were walking in a wide tunnel, and some stores in this place have access to this tunnel that leads to their base. Not long after, they reached the gate that leads to the place below, which is shaped like a traditional Japanese house. The students could not believe when Nardo told them that this was the full responsibility of the Kyoto division of the Oni agency. Later, a doctor came out of a corner, complaining about the amount of his work, but suddenly his attitude changed when he saw Nardo. He was happy to greet him, and then he started to trim his hair when he noticed the blonde masked woman. He immediately refused it, but the simp's heart was not broken because he was already used to refusals. Shin asked who it was, and Nardo introduced him as Kaoya, the commander of the support unit at the Kyoto base. Kaoya added that he was in class with Nardo at the academy, but Nardo did not have time for his nonchalant conversation. He let him go straight to the front, and Shin asked him to come with him. Other students also wanted to join him in front of a stranger like Kaoya, but Nardo would not listen to them. He told Kaoya to use these kids however he wanted before he left. That very moment, the nurse told Kaoya to go back inside and do his job. He also noticed the students from the academy and told them to change immediately because they need all the help they can get. They quickly dressed up as nurse assistants and then went to the temporary hospital where dozens of Oni patients were admitted. One of them only had a Kara rating and he lost both teeth, along with other serious wounds that threatened his life. Shiki was extremely surprised to see his condition, and the nurse also said that he only had 3 minutes to live in this situation. Kaoya just smiled at him and said that they would not let him go. Shiki died and offended him, telling him not to promise things that are not true and have no logic. Kyoya valued his honesty and kindness, but he said he was a bit important here and he let him show the kids how to really help others. In another place, after Subakiri and Yomogi faced the captain and vice-captain of another group, the remaining Oni were so scared of them and Subakiri was dismayed because he had to face the uncountable as he was hoping to fight hard. Well, his wish came true right away because Nato
arrived there and was immediately using his abilities.
Subakiri was happy to see him, but Nato did not give Nato a chance to be for a long time because he immediately lost his deadly attack on him. The Oni were very happy to see Nato arrive to save them, but Subakiri was not attacked
because he used the dead captain and vice-captain of the Oni
It turned
as
out
bait.
that he already knew Nato and he was talking to him as if they had been friends for a long time. He was asking what he was doing in Kyoto because this is not his place. Subakiri then said that he was there, heard a place where Oni and Kyoto were, and if he just left that place, the whole problem would be solved. Nato kept his poker face while saying that he did not know about it and answered that he would give up even if Nato said that the place is not true. Then he said that he will just go around the big temple, and Nato was
Panicking inside because he knew that Subakiri's feelings were really bad.
He made him stop right here and prepared to fight seriously. Returning to the tree of responsibility, Kyoya put a lot of blood in his body and asked Shaki if he should not give that blood to the wounded. The nurse told him to be quiet and watch while Kyoya approached the man with the most serious wound. He asked him if he wanted to stretch his arms or legs because he could not do both at the moment. The man gathered all of his strength to say that he wanted his arms so that he could hug his children again. Kyoya promised that he would do that, but this process was said to be very painful. Then he cut his arm so that he could pour his blood in the mouth of the wounded man. It is said that it strengthened the ability of a normal Oni to heal many times. As soon as his blood began to flow, the man began to scream in pain and the nurse told the students to stop him. Shaki immediately followed and obeyed his order, and in the meantime, he told others to get more blood from the other room. It didn't take long after that, there was something that started to stick to the arm of the man, and Shaki was shocked when she saw something that was part of the human fingers. The other students also returned, and suddenly, the wounded man was turning his arms and even the severe wound on his chest was healing. As soon as Shaki approached Kyoya, she asked if she could also return his fingers, and he confirmed it but added that they had to do it slowly and using a small dose of his blood. Since he was already drinking a lot of blood, the wounded man may develop antibodies if he continues to drink it. After Kyoya approached the patient, he told her that he would retire from the combat unit, but he could join the support unit to help others. He said that with prosthetics, he would be able to play with his children again at a much easier time, and the man was very angry when he heard that. After that, Kyoya lied to the students, telling them that this man might be in their situation in front of them. He understands the pursuit of fame and the desire for praise that can only be done in the front line, but he reminds them because there is someone Shaki was really angry at him and some of them now, and they told him that they are ready to help him in any way. Kyoya told Shaki that she needed his help on one more thing, and she brought him to a little girl named May who was crying yesterday after she was attacked by the Momotarou agency. Her parents are still missing, and Kyoya wants to use Shaki's kindness to ease the child's mind. Shaki accepted the job and tried to talk to the child who was slowly opening up to him. She asked him about the school and told him that he hasn't been able to go yet, while Shiki was thinking if the child should also go to school. The support unit of the children came from Lebanon and included May's parents. She started crying when she saw these. Kaoya said that she is still not used to these painful scenes even though it's been a long time. However, there are deeper and worse plans behind the scenes than anyone thinks. Tsubakiri told Nato that he put some of Oni's bodies with his bacteria. He knew that they would bring a support unit to their base to provide a burial, and then he would be able to control the bodies from afar and destroy the base. Nato was surprised to hear this, and he asked Tsubakiri to try if his plan succeeded. He put May's father's body in Jinei while Shiki and Kaoya were worried, and he is very angry, thinking that he is still alive. Nevertheless, he started it against Tsubakiri's order, but Shiki and Kaoya noticed it quickly. Kaoya realized that this is Tsubakiri's ability, and he immediately told Shiki to cover May's eyes. He followed the order, and then Kaoya stabbed the man's head with 2 sharp knives so he couldn't move. May started crying when Shiki saw what happened to her father, and Kaoya realized that there might be more puppet zombies here like this. But he was caught in the act because the puppet zombies started moving, and May's mother suddenly woke up and stabbed Shiki before she noticed. She started stabbing him, and Kaoya immediately stopped her, but before she could lancet, more zombies stabbed her from behind. Shiki couldn't do anything and her brain was gradually losing oxygen, so she lost consciousness. This is also what happens in the entire Punung Tanggapan, and the zombies also started to attack the supporters who were leading them. Not only are they used to fighting supporters, and because of the sudden attack, they are easily victimized by zombies. At the same time, the zombies enter the cell where the patients are being treated. They attack the patients and the nurses, and there is no idea how to solve the problem. On the other hand, Shiki insists on standing up while May is crying and begging her mother to stay away from her. Shiki told the child to stay away from the zombies because it wasn't her mother, but May didn't listen to her. Kaoya tried to help her, but the zombies knocked her down. Shiki saw that no one would help her, so she took a block from her back. It turns out that Nato gave it to her on the ship, saying that she was not yet used to controlling her blood. So if she needed to fight, she used a familiar weapon to her. She also said that Shiki's bullet has a bullet of blood instead of a normal bullet, and it hits harder. If there is time to use the bullet, now is the time, and Shiki urged May to come closer so she wouldn't see the next death. Then she pointed it at the head of the female zombie and shot it, ending her life. Shiki took a deep breath while Kaoya was hit by the 3 zombies at the same time. Thankfully, Shiki quickly recovered and shot the head of each zombie before Kaoya stood up. Kaoya complained that the support unit was not ready for this situation, and he ordered Shiki to clean up the mess while evacuating the patients. Meanwhile, other students were fighting the zombies using only their hands because they were not yet sure of the situation. They were wondering how the zombies would get hit because they were still standing up no matter how bad their wounds were. And in that moment, Shiki and Kaoya arrive. Shiki told everyone to calm down because that's the only way to stop the zombies. She immediately started hitting the heads of the zombies in all directions, and Jean was the first to follow her example. Jean cut her arms and legs as if she was operating on the zombies in front of her, and others gradually decided what they needed to do. In using this opportunity, Kaoya ordered the support staff to evacuate the patients and treat anyone who was injured. Meanwhile, Shiki continued to shoot the zombies as if her gun ran out of bullets. But she thought that killing dead people was the worst thing she had ever done in her life. She started experiencing trauma while thinking that every zombie she killed was a former person with a family and friends who loved them. She felt like she was going to cry at any moment, and she wondered why hurting their own people just like their enemy, the Momotarou agency. On the other hand, Naruto was still staring at Tsubakiri. She let him jump in the nearby battle, but Tsubakiri used the 3 dead Oni as his shield. Naruto was annoyed, but he noticed the ugly creature next to him, ready to give a very strong attack. Somehow he managed to avoid the attack in the last moment, but the 3 Oni were badly damaged. Naruto was not happy about this, and Tsubakiri told him that should be happy that the pests destroying this world are dead. Naruto told him that no matter how strong he is, he cannot win every battle alone. But Tsubakiri saw that it was funny that it came from the same person. He was able to prove his point in a few seconds. As a food ally given by the Oni to support him. But he told them to escape and hide because they would only be a hindrance to him. Tsubakiri told him that no one would leave this place. And he ordered his assistant, Mamogi, to do his job. Mamogi ran and used his power to create a strong barrier around Naruto and the other Oni that were stopping them in their place. Tsubakiri told Naruto that he could not leave this barrier until Mamogi agreed, and in the meantime he would be surrounded by Oni. Naruto was angry while Tsubakiri announced that he had planted on all the Oni's bodies and gathered them all under the Temple of Ayuta so the Oni could easily capture them. Tsubakiri started walking towards the temple, and he ordered Mamogi to let Ugly inside the barrier. He gave them the permission to enter his barrier, and Naruto prepared to fight him. However, Tsubakiri said that this barrier was made by a lot of people, so it would be okay to sacrifice them. He spread his fingers and suddenly Ugly's barrier started to grow. Naruto was stunned that it exploded and told all the Oni that it was too late. There was a small gap for them to avoid the explosion that could destroy Mamogi's barrier and give in to the nearby houses. Mamogi asked if they should make sure Naruto was dead, but Tsubakiri said there was too much smoke there and he didn't want his uniform to get dirty. It was a mistake because even though he didn't know, it was like Naruto didn't have a big problem. In the end, Shiki and the others defeated all the zombies and transferred Kaya to the patients in a safer place. He thought their problems were solved, but he noticed Mei, who was lying on her parents' beds. He was going to go and save her and Shiki joined him. He asked Mei to let him shoot his mother, but the answer was too cold. Shiki was surprised by his answer, but Mei continued, saying always that running from one place to another, hiding in a place that she didn't know. He had no friends, and he didn't just go to school, and he had a hunch that something like this would happen one day. He showed a smile while telling Shiki not to worry about him, and his heart was touched when he heard that. He remembered his own childhood and how he named the superheroes. In their fairy tales, Momotarou is the so-called heroine while the Oni are the villains. He asked if this is how heroes move in the stories. As soon as he hugged Mei, he announced that he would become a villain and crush all the heroes. He promised Mei that he would make a world where he could smile again, and Mei didn't know how to do that. Not long after that, Kaya joined Jin to support while explaining his plans to burn the bodies of the dead Oni, but Jin was not interested in his plan. On the other hand, other students stopped the bodies to be taken to the house, but it seems that the arrogant nerd, Juja, is thinking of something else. Akari told him not to give up and help, and Juja told him that he had a theory. Because they were attacked here, he believes that the tree of responsibility is not safe like they think, and they might attack again. Juja's strength is more than enough to defend himself, so he sent him to guard. He was immediately stabbed in the chest and his blood spilled on the ground. A radar appeared that could sense any creature within a 5-kilometer radius, and he was able to confirm that they were Momotarou. Akari really admires his ability when Juja suddenly found some evil people approaching their base. Those signals came from Tsubakiri and Mamogi, who arrived at the served as a secret passage to the tree of responsibility of the old woman was already dead there, and Mamogi also found the entrance to the tunnel. While examining it, Tsubakiri called the Momotarou agency some ugly things made by the mass, as well as a special ugly thing he made himself. He also asked for information about a mysterious Oni, whose name he forgot, and then he was ready to go inside. Mamogi told him that it looked like a huge place and there might be a lot of Oni there, so they need to be careful. He urged them to share the drug to speed up their work, but Tsubakiri suddenly got the file of a mysterious Oni that is none other than Shaki. He told Mamogi that they can't use the drug now because Shaki wants to live. He was surprised to hear this, and Tsubakiri told him that Shaki is really special for an Oni, and he can't miss the chance to study her. On the other hand, Kaoya showed Jin the crematorium where they burn all their friends. Jin was a little surprised to see this, and Kaoya said that when the war started in the Momotarou agency, many people were dying. He warned Jin about the dangers of the path he was taking, but he told her she didn't have to worry too much because he could fix almost everything. After that, he suddenly became too close to Jin and asked if he had a girlfriend. Jin didn't notice the weirdo and left, and while Kaoya was chasing him, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him from behind. He looked at Tsubakiri, who had stabbed him at the same time. The truth is that the target was behind him, but it was an ally. Kaoya was so surprised to react, but Jin immediately lost his blood chains to fight the enemy. But before he could do anything, Mamogi crawled behind him, tied his chains to his black head, and then tied his arm. Jin screamed in pain, but the darkness around his arms did not last long. He tried to focus on the enemies in spite of the pain, realizing that they were in the most dangerous situation right now. Both of them were injured by Kaoya, and he didn't know about the enemies. Even so, Kaoya is still calm even in this situation. Immediately he tells Jin to come about the enemy's attack while he was chasing the two Momotarous. Jin followed his order, promising to help, and then Kaoya turned his attention to the two enemies in front of him. Tsubakiri told Mamogi to do his thing, and he created a huge barrier around the entire tree of responsibility. At this point, Kaoya realized that he could create barriers using his bacteria. He planned to ensure that no one would escape the tree of responsibility. Kaoya started calculating his choices because he couldn't fight that the students were strong enough to defeat the dangerous enemies in front of him. He believes that there will be no reinforcements in the near future, and it only means that he will die. Suddenly, Tsubakiri asked if he knew Shaki, and Kaoya realized that things are more complicated. Instead of thinking about it, he let him fight as much as he can and got a serum with a cure from his coat. But before he could use it, Tsubakiri cut his neck and left a deep wound that was bleeding. Kaoya was nervous because he didn't see it coming, and he fell to the ground while his blood was bursting. While Kaoya was slowly losing consciousness, he prayed that, if he would die, it would be Mani Momodi who would end him. But Tsubakiri didn't grant his wish, and he thought that Kaoya was already dead from one of his attacks. He planned to control his body using his bacteria, but he suddenly stopped feeling the nasty creatures outside the barrier. He told Momodi to let them in and let the bad guys in. Tsubakiri asked if they brought what he ordered, and one of them was a big box. Then he ordered the bad guys to remove the cover, and a decorated block of wood came out. Tsubakiri ordered them to slowly bring the box while looking for Shaki. At the same time, Jin arrived at the headquarters to take care of everything. He was surprised that he couldn't see anyone nearby, but when he entered the main building, he saw everyone ready to fight. They were relieved to see Jin, but he was confused as to why they were all gathered in one place. Shaki told him that Jujutsu used his powers and saw that there were enemies approaching them. So they hurried and evacuated all the patients, but before others could escape, a black wall surrounded the outside, and now they are trapped here. Some suggested that they should look for another exit, but the nurse said that he examined everything and there was no other way. Shaki asked Jin about Kaoya, but before he could answer the question, an ugly arrived. Everyone was surprised to see the terrifying monster, and they let it pass towards a man who became a victim while looking at everything. He let everyone escape so that the monster wouldn't face them, and he let Shaki protect Mei. After that, Tsubakiri and the others entered the hall and saw that there was no one there. He ordered the uglies to lower their heads and sit here, ordering Momodi to catch Shaki alive and kill everyone. He was asked if he would not join, and Tsubakiri refused, saying that he was thinking of something important. On the other side, the blonde villain, Kayuna, was looking for clothes in a bathroom, hoping to find something more comfortable to wear. Meanwhile, Imo Rikiro, the mother, was in the same cell, that crying. She was going to die because her heart was beating abnormally. Kayuna told her to exercise so that she wouldn't give up easily. She covered her face so that she wouldn't be seen while changing. And then she happened to change to a small gym where Rikiro asked her what to do now, and Kayuna answered that she was going to gain weight. She was jealous of the people who would get fat when she heard this, because she was always afraid of getting sick. Suddenly, they heard the heavy thud of an ugly approaching them, and Rikiro was shocked, telling Kayuna that she couldn't fight when she was so stressed. She felt sorry for her for making a move, and suddenly she was delighted because she wanted to be the next one. She told Rikiro to hide in the dressing room because she was in charge of everything and she was nervous to follow. Order. Kayuna stands in front of the door, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Some IRA is ugly on the wall and entered the cell. But before fighting, Kayuna asked if he was Shaki. She was angry that Shaki looked like a fool who was on drugs, and when she heard this, she was suddenly attacked by a monster. The apparator was shocked where Rikiro was hiding, so she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Kayuna made the monster show who was stronger when the wheel was made in the cell. She bit her groin and her blood became boxing gloves around her hands. On the other side, Jin returned to Kaoya to check if she was okay, and Akari was also preparing to face a monster. At the same time, Shaki was thinking about where to hide to protect Mei, and she only saw the garden. Meanwhile, Rikiro woke up and saw the silence of the cell. She started to think that it was all just a dream and she quickly went out the closet, but she was very surprised to see the monster's face in front of her. She was shocked as she tried to understand the situation, when suddenly the head of the monster rose and went towards Kayuna to follow. She rubbed his face before putting it down and dropped it on a strong punch. After that, she climbed up the monster and started doing consecutive attacks on its head until it lost consciousness. Rikiro was afraid of her at this point, but Kayuna was shocked by the destruction of it. Then he stepped on it while it was lying down without a fight on the ground. This is because of her ability called I Love that Sun Yuin does to enemies who are covered in her blood and lose the will to fight her. When Rikiro came out of the closet to ask if she really defeated the monster, Kayuna told her in a loud voice that she should just leave everything to him. The reason why she said this is not because she is a dependable woman who wants to take care of everything, because she is a sociopath who wants to make everyone depend on her until they lose their ability to move alone. And now Rikiro is the one who fell to her feet. She climbed in front of him and for saving her, and suddenly he remembered Kayuna's love to let her go. She laid a pillow on the ground and rubbed Rikiro, telling him that he doesn't have to worry anymore because he's in charge of everything. She was nervous because he was too close, and Kayuna noticed that her face looked pale and Rikiro so panicked even more, thinking that it might be pain because it's impossible for a woman to give him attention. She started to whine in fear that he might use her to climb the next monster. About Kayuna was more just worried when another monster arrived, and Kayuna let her face it first before returning to her. Rikiro was the first to let go of the pillow. He thought this monster was weak. Finish it right away, but the monster was stronger than before. He used his arm like a whip to attack her and hit the wall behind him. Rikiro immediately hid in the closet and forced Kayuna to join the monster in her happiness. She climbed here, using her power as she approached, but the monster avoided her punch and stabbed her in the back with this tentacle's unique arm. Somehow Kayuna managed to escape here, but the monster used its two arms to tie her up, and she realized that she couldn't use her power in this situation. She started to pull the monster closer, and when she fought back, it suddenly tore the wall and hit her in the neck. The monster started to tear the strong woman in her whole neck, and she couldn't do. In the end, she fell to the ground and the monster started to hit her head. Rikiro was shocked to see this, but she couldn't do anything. She just watched Kayuna get hurt and asked for help. She didn't think she could help him because he was weak and cowardly, but she realized that he was a pitiful creature when he didn't do anything wrong. She remembers when he was not a coward and a creature, and it seems like a long time has passed. Rikiro grew up in a small and remote village where many only live with people, and Lulu was his first love. He always tries to draw her attention by showing how good and brave he is, even though he is very scared inside. However, with Lulu, he feels like he can do anything. Lulu also stayed close to him, and the two of them happily spend almost all of their time together. However, behind that perfect life, things are not going well. Lulu is sick, and because he is an Oni, he is not a normal doctor. The only Oni doctor in the village helped him stay strong and healthy, but the village was attacked by the Momotarou agency and they killed the Oni doctor. He was gone, Lulu's condition worsened, and Rikiro promised him that he would quickly bring another doctor from the nearby town. He asked her to trust him because he would do everything for her. And Lulu told him that she was his best friend. He asked her to stay that way forever, and she immediately agreed after that. Rikiro was injured and broken because of this, and soon after he lost his energy. He had no reason to be brave or trust himself. His hair turned white and he had insomnia. He confessed his mental illness and became a ghost now. While Rikiro was thinking about his downfall, a monster made his head look like a sharp blade to finish Kaina. Rikiro decided to let him finish the job because he had no ability to save a person. Even so, in that moment, the last words of Lulu came to his mind. He remembered that he told him to always be calm, and that's when something suddenly woke up in him. When Kaina was about to finish the job, Rikiro answered him, taking him to a cliff. He realized that if Lulu saw him now, she would be dismayed at him, and he would not let that happen. He looked at Kaina, who was unconscious and injured, and thought it was hard for him to defend himself, and now was the time for him to come back. Even so, he was so scared now and he didn't know if his heart could fight, but he thought of Lulu again and calmed down. He bit his man to free his blood that had become the shape of Lulu. Now that his woman was in front of him, Rikiro became more calm and asked him to stay with him even though he was not like what he wanted. He was hugged by Lulu made of blood from behind, and slowly, the blood covered his body, taking away his anxiety and fear. But this is not his true ability, and Rikiro made his ability come to life sometimes. He completely trusted himself, the blood covered his body, and suddenly Rikiro changed into a K-pop idol. He was attacked by a monster after he changed, but he was able to dodge the attack and make quick turns before falling on his back. The wings of the flower petals made of blood were full, and each of them was a dead plant. While being hit by the petals of the plant, his body was crushed, but the plant was still safe from the attack. Rikiro, on the other hand, was full of confidence because Lulu was with him. He chased the monster that attacked him, and was able to dodge everything. Then he suddenly jumped to attack the monster, remembering the hot spots where he was dancing with Lulu. While his love was groaning, Rikiro was dodging the monster's attacks. His arms were hit and he was forced to use his feet to fight. He was dancing inside a cage, filling it with plant-shaped petals, and then giving a deadly attack to the monster, making it into pieces. On the other hand, Shiki was with Mei, telling her that she could finally rest because the ugly monsters were gone. Even so, she was still very sad because of the death of her parents, and she was thinking that maybe she should have died with them. Shiki told her not to think about it because her parents sacrificed their lives to save her, and if she died, no one would be left. She told her that she should continue to live and fight against the hopelessness that was trying to rise to her. She said that the first thing she could do was to be happy for her while struggling to get what she wanted from her family. After that, Shiki got up and told her to look for Momotarou to beat them. Even so, Mei believed that she would not win, and Shiki told her that as long as she does not lose hope, she would not be defeated at any time. Meanwhile, Naruto became unconscious after being woken up by other Onis. He found out that he was unconscious within 15 minutes, and the Onis thanked him because he received a big pencil to protect them. Naruto didn't care about this and asked him to go back to Punong to help his students. Upon returning to Punong, Shiki arrived at the main street where Tsubakiri was resting. While Shiki was introducing herself and asking if she was the person who made the zombies from the boats, Tsubakiri nodded happily. Shiki asked her how she could beat the dead people like her, and Tsubakiri just laughed at her, saying that the Onis are not human, so they have no right to be human. Shiki got angry here and threw a block at her, but Tsubakiri just ignored her out of curiosity. On the other side, Jean was in a hurry to find Kaya, but Mami Mamogi stopped her, saying that the doctor is dead. She asked Jean if she wanted to make up for her friend, and she replied that she doesn't care about Kaya, but she is willing to kill anyone Momotarou she meets. She took out her chainsaw blades and Mamogi activated her power to fight. Jean followed her and hurt her badly, but Mamogi protected herself by making a shield around her that can't be pierced. She took out the shield and destroyed it after blocking the attack, and told Jean that not only can it hurt her in her weak attacks, Jean took it as a challenge and she chased more to beat her. On the other side, Tsubakiri cut Shiki with a knife to steal her weapon, telling her to stop playing and use her real power to attack her. Shiki was angry here and threw a block at her using all her strength. She grabbed the powerful rocket launcher, controlling her power through intense anger, and told Tsubakiri that she would pour everything on her to destroy her. She was thinking about what May did to this man, and then she was thinking about how Nato told her not to use her power because she can't control it. Shiki didn't want anyone to tell her what she can do or what she can't, and she threw the rocket launcher at Tsubakiri, which exploded. But Tsubakiri avoided that attack and Shiki used it to attack her, asking if she was afraid, so she hid to save her life. Anyway, Shaki's attention was drawn to the body and she wondered what it was. Tsubakiri answered her question by opening the body's door, and a man wearing Momotarou's clothes came out of it. He announced that he would gather all the Oni, and Shiki realized that he was another Tsubakiri zombie. Shiki called him a heartless man, asking how he could do this to his own comrades, and Tsubakiri was shocked as an answer. He called Shiki a heartless man who had no other thoughts. He told him a so-called free spirit, and his fellow zombie here became a human after he died. Shiki couldn't understand why a man would choose to do that by suddenly using a zombie with Momotarou's power to him. She sent a black cloud towards Shaki's heart, and in a few seconds, Shiki found that her body had become too heavy for her to stand. As the zombie continued to use his power, Tsubakiri said that if another Momotarou becomes a zombie, he will be able to use their powers. The ability of his current companion is to mix bacteria with oxygen very heavy to make it. Meanwhile, the zombie continued to repeat the same line about Tsubakiri said that he was also surprised when he first heard it speak. He couldn't understand if it was a bad feeling or determination that this walking body speak, but he thought it was Momotarou's greatest miracle. He continued to push Shiki down with the power of the zombie. I wonder how long he will last against a stronger opponent. On the other hand, the group of Oni is trying together with the NATO to destroy the black barrier placed by Mamogi around their tree of occupation. Their weapons break when they hit the wall, and they wonder if they should try other entries. Nevertheless, the NATO tells them that there is no chance because the obstacle is definitely everywhere. His companions wonder if he can break the wall, and even if the NATO believes that he can do it, in his opinion it is not a good idea. At present there are tourists in the temple above them, and if he destroys the wall with full force, their lives may be in danger. The Oni get angry because they have no power to save the tourists, and the NATO is already thinking of a solution. In a moment, the nerd named Juji arrives there and tells the NATO
Signals
that he
of
saw
the enemy
earlier and he helped the injured to escape to a safe place. Nevertheless, some of the staff and most of the students are still inside. The NATO decides that they need to hurry to save everyone. But before that, they need to evacuate the tourists first. Later, some only told the NATO that they saw a strange man outside entrance, and it was only Halmer who finally returned to the temple. He repeatedly said that he shouldn't be in a beautiful place like this, but the NATO was happy to see him. Suddenly, Juji started to get married like a huge maniacus because he likes girls in school uniforms. He told Halmer that he wants to give him his virginity, manhood, and Halmer is stuck in this maniacus. Even the NATO was surprised because he thought that Juji was the most normal in the group of strangers this year. Nevertheless, he thought of a way to use Halmer's ability to evacuate the tourists and immediately brought him to the forest around the temple. The NATO called Juji, who was inside the temple, and told him that make a small hole and dig the ground to get all the tourists out. Juji was surprised by this, but the NATO assured him that it would only be a small dig and no one would be hurt. The soldiers in the temple were already spread out to help the people in the evacuation. The NATO told Juji to scan the area to confirm that everyone had left after the evacuation. After this, he brought his attention to Halmer and asked him to call the Titan woman he called before because that would be the source of the earthquake. He was afraid that it would disappear, but the NATO assured him that he could control the situation. Despite his assurance, Halmer was very afraid to use his power and surrendered to the NATO. He told Juji that the plan to dig the ground was cancelled and they needed to find another way. Then he told Halmer that he was removed because he no longer needed useless people in his team. He began to scan the area, but Halmer told him that he was very afraid to use his power that he could not control. The NATO admitted that fear is not a problem, but refusing to change is a big problem. He knew about the incident that Halmer did not intend to do back then, but all of his class have a bad past that is deteriorating. They were removed. He told Halmer that he needed to make a first step towards change because no one can help him if he is not. He declared that he wanted to change and suddenly bit his own brother who was bleeding. The blood turned into a giant titan and the NATO began to attack, avoiding attacks. The strong hit from the Titan woman fell on the mountain and Halmer began to panic. He asked for help because he could not control his power, but the NATO told him that it was okay because this is what he wanted right now. Because of the Titan's attacks, the mountain began to collapse and hit hard. It started to fall down, it started to attack the tourists, and the ONI soldiers immediately ordered them to flee. When everyone was able to run, Juja confirmed it using his radar abilities to play with the Titan woman, and Halmer was put to sleep to stop his destruction. Jean was fighting Mamogi, who pushed him back using his black boxes. Jean ordered to stay away from him, but he did not notice that he was called by a box behind him and he was trapped inside it. He couldn't get out of the box now and asked Mamodi to give him a slow and painful death. He started to make the box smaller, telling Jean that he would be crushed inside it. He said he would destroy it with force, but Mamodi did not believe that he could do it. As the box became smaller, he said that it is confusing when a person is in a small place and is unable to do anything. He thought that the same thing would happen to Jean as the box became smaller, but suddenly he heard the sound of an arrow hitting the wall. He thought that it was impossible for him to do that inside such a small box. But Jean had more surprises for him. Suddenly, he gave the box exploded and pieces scattered as Jean came out with chainsaws pointing at his Mamogi that at first he slept in the AC dock of an abandoned house. That place is cold, wet, and smelly, and compared to that, his box is like a vacation in a jet. Mamogi was annoyed there and let him finish his next attack, but suddenly, a monster cut his head off there. This is Akari, the delinquent who was angry at Momotarou, because they thought they could kill him in trash like this. Jean said that he backed off because he was fighting it, but Akari was determined to make Momotarou fall in front of them. Even so, when he saw Mami Mamogi's plan, he was gone. He started a sermon on wearing decent clothes, but he really doesn't care what men think about his clothes. Afterward, Akari spilled his blood on the ground to revive his power, but Mamogi decided to imprison the two men in his prison. Unfortunately for him, Akari is too fast and agile compared to his attack. He easily avoided his attack and was given a strong kick in the head by Yuminig. Mamogi was surprised because he didn't know the attack, but it turns out that even Akari doesn't know what his power will do. His power in blood gives him random power depending on how angry he is. And now he got a pair of red boots that makes him fast and agile. Akari was thinking that he should be more angry to get better weapons, but was just thinking that he is a fast opponent and he is not good at fighting like that. At the same time, outside the prison, Nato used his special attack to break the prison. Yuminik started a full-blown attack because of this, and was struck by the fact that the prison was about to collapse. Even so, he believes that the lives of his friends who are imprisoned are more important than the prison, and they need to be saved immediately. Everyone inside the prison also felt the attack, and they were struck by the fact that they need to get out of there immediately. Meanwhile, Nato and his group arrived at the place where Mamogi, Jin, and Akari are fighting. Nato told Mamogi that he was already in prison, and after using his power in the huge claw wall, at this time, he should no longer have stamina. He told him to give up because he couldn't run anymore, but Mamogi said that he didn't plan to run. He took off his clothes, and he only wore a thin layer of black bacteria while saying that he would kill everyone there. Meanwhile, Tsubakiri also let him finish his fight with Shaki, but Shaki tried to get away from the impact of his gravity attack. He called his rocket launcher again and attacked them, but the zombie used gravity to stop the rocket from approaching him. Tsubakiri showed another of his abilities, a social zombie, oxygen from a small ball that becomes very heavy because of his power. After that, he shoots that ball of gravity towards him, pulling a heavy blade inside his body. While Shaki is suffering from the disease, Tsubakiri says that he can't believe the son of Kishin, formerly considered the strongest general of Oni in history. He was dismayed by Shaki, who didn't even know if he should believe his story. Meanwhile, Mei also feels the vibrations and is afraid as debris starts to fall from the ceiling. However, she remembers how Shaki told her not to give up. Out of despair, she told her to be happy for her if she really wanted to live, and she let her find the strength of her heart by supporting her. At the same time, the Momotarou named Samadair, who killed Shaki's father, arrived at the office of the Momotarou. He was greeted by his new vice-captain, Hina, and he immediately praised him because he was like a life that he owed to the Momotarou. However, Samadair didn't want to talk to the nerd and told him that he was working alone so he didn't need it. Hina was hurt by his answer, but he didn't hesitate to follow him and started. He asked about the tree of employment and other things. because he is now a provincial and has just seen the city. He suddenly asked about Kishin's children taught to the agency. Samadair saw that it was the only question that should be answered. He said that at first Kishin almost destroyed the scary Oni, the agency of the Momotarou alone. He killed a lot of women to spread his race all over the world so that more powerful Oni could be born after him. Hina saw that it was different because if Kishin is really the Nick Cannon of the Oni, he should have a lot of children and grandchildren who spread all over the country. Samadair told him that only the Oni who inherited the power of Kishin are called Kishin's children, and they are not many. However, they were born during certain times. Hina asked him what he meant, and another Momotarou answered him. She said that Kishin's children come out when the Momotarou's population is exceeding the Oni. Hina was surprised at the joke that suddenly appeared in front of her and introduced himself as Shinya, the captain of the 21st unit. Hina was nervous in front of Shinya because he looked scary, but he was also brave. She told him that the war between the Momotarou and the Oni was going on for thousands of years, and it was because of Kishin and his grandchildren. When the Momotarou's agency was first formed and the Oni's community was almost destroyed, Kishin was born. Since then, whenever they were about to finish all the Oni, the power of Kishin's children was awakened and the war lasted the longest. Shinya was angry at the Oni while Hina was hesitating. And I asked why the Oni had a problem with humans. He gave the answer that it seems from the book that the Momotarou should protect humans from the Oni. And if the Oni hide among ordinary people, innocent people may be harmed. Shinya was angry at his intelligence and said that the politicians are on their side, that is, even if their humanity is damaged or if there are people bad politicians are causing trouble for them. He said that the politicians have already started asking them to make medicine the blood of the Oni besides other things, and that's what he's most angry about. That if the Oni do not hide among people, they do not need to face those calamities. But Hina asked him if it is not good that people in power are helping them. Shinya scolded him again, telling him that the politicians are just them so that they can be the first to be protected if the situation gets worse. He scolded Hina because of his lack of knowledge about the true nature of the world and telling him that it may be difficult for him to have a provincial brother as a companion. That's not all he wants to say, and he even approached Samadair, saying that he may have exceeded lost to Shaki, who is just a child even though he is Kishin's son. Shinya scolded Samadair, saying that he was put up in the headquarters they also want him to retire as a field agent and give a better candidate a chance. After Shinya left, he told Samadair that even if he gets close to Kishin, he will still rise in rank through killing Kishin's children. Samadair immediately told him not to go near Shaki because he wanted to kill him himself, and said that he would have a hard time if only one hand was left to him. Hina asked Samadair if Kishin's only son was alone and told him that there were more. At the same time, Tsubakiri told Shaki that Kishin always has 8 sons in each generation and he is one of them. He said that if Shaki's true power was awakened as Kishin's son, he would be a threat to Momotarou's agency, so they need to get rid of him. However, he already feels that taking him as a subject in the laboratory studying what will benefit him will be better than what he plans to do now. Shaki stood up as the grip of the zombie's power spread to him and he cursed Tsubakiri, telling him that he doesn't care about Kishin's knowledge or whatever. He promised that he would not let Tsubakiri escape after all he did, and he immediately called his rocket launcher. Shaki started attacking Tsubakiri without stopping. forcing him to run in a circle to avoid the attacks. However, he soon ran out of strength and fatigue, feeling dizzy. From the loss of blood, he couldn't move, and Tsubakiri called him weak and couldn't fight like this. He noticed that the house was shaking, so he ordered his zombie partner to stop Shiki. He also saw Mei hiding behind the wall. Tsubakiri said that he might be the next to die, and Shiki rushed to see Mei in the middle of the night. She said she ran away, but Mei came out of hiding. She asked Tsubakiri if this is how he killed his parents, and he laughed, saying he didn't remember how he got rid of them. Pests Mei asked him how he managed to kill his parents, because they didn't do anything, but he just laughed at it. Oni are said to be insects and they will never have a human family. Shiki again told Mei to run away, but when she heard his name for the second time, Tsubakiri remembered his parents. He told her that they pitied him for saving his life, and they looked pitiful, so he decided to let her live. Even so, when he told them that he would eventually kill her, they were very scared. Mei began to cry when she heard this, but Shiki yelled at her that this is not the time to cry. She stood up, telling Mei that they would first jump these insects and then cry. Tsubakiri laughed when he saw Shiki crying and asked how an Oni could cry. Shiki told him that he could cry because he has a heart, and if Tsubakiri didn't understand that, he was the real demon here. Tsubakiri was angry here and used the zombie to make Shiki even more angry. After that, he also let Mei end her life, and the air around her gradually became heavier. Shiki was nervous here that if she was to be forced to protect another person again. She pushes her body against the wall, hoping to find a hidden force that can help her to protect Mei. Suddenly, her nails itched and the blood coming out of it splashed into a stream of fire. Tsubakiri was surprised here because it meant that Shiki was awakening her power as Kishin's daughter. Kishin's children have a fixed element and Shiki has a fire element. Thanks to her new awakened power, she cancels the force that is falling on her and she feels that she still has the strength to fight. Tsubakiri was very surprised here, but he let her fall before she could recover. But in the instant he used his power, a bullet from Shiki fell on his arm and pierced it. Tsubakiri panicked, thinking that Shiki would really be in danger. It was still very strong even if there was only a little blood left. But in that instant, Shiki was paralyzed because she couldn't control the fire that was burning her body. Tsubakiri noticed this and immediately let Shiki fall again. After that, he asked Mei to kill him, telling her that her parents are pests that died a long time ago and she will be one. They also want them, Shiki tells her badly, asking her what her parents did to her. She asks if Oni can't live in peace, and Mei remembers when she also asked her parents. They told her that everyone can live in peace and happiness, and she starts crying when Shiki says that. However, Tsubakiri, the master, gets angry at this and lets them finish each other with his strongest attack. He does Ippon of gravity using the power of the zombie, and Shiki makes his gun again to fight. Tsubakiri thinks that he's just fooling around because he doesn't have enough blood to make a bullet, but Shiki is determined to fight until the end to protect Mei's future. Meanwhile, Mei thinks of her parents and how they told her not to give up on her future. Shiki takes a deep breath and suddenly the flames around her flash again. She regains her strength and Tsubakiri doesn't understand how that happened. However, Shiki is happy that May fulfilled her promise to her, and with her recharge, she fires a powerful attack on the gravity droid. Tsubakiri can only do this as a joke. It happens, and after Shaki's attack that hit her, which caused great pain. While Tsubakiri was lying on the ground with a bad wound, he blames that he underestimated Shiki. He can't believe that he lost to a man who just woke up from his powers, but he realized that he was too injured to save himself from this situation. He rushes to his partner zombie, Manoka, remembering how they first met. A few years have passed. Tsubakiri is the only researcher in the Momotarou agency, and he has no interest in joining the military. He is happy with his job of experimenting with Oni that they caught and spent almost all of his time in his laboratory. But one day, Manoka came to get him to join his group. Tsubakiri immediately accepted the role of Manoka, who knows the lives of others, and refused his son. However, his refusal is of no importance, and the next day he transferred to Manoka's group because of the orders from the higher-ups. Tsubakiri noticed that Manoka had the aura and charisma of a leader, and that he was good at praying for the Oni that he killed. Tsubakiri never understood anything there, because after killing his parents with an Oni, he gradually lost his feelings. He didn't really care about his parents because they were always busy with the agency's work and didn't give him time. One day, he shared his story with Manoka, who immediately brought him to her house and introduced him to her husband and son. After that day, Manoka often invites him to dinner with his family, and Tsubakiri gradually began to feel the warmth of people's feelings. However, he is still confused as to why Manoka kept her family when they could be a burden to him. And his work. Manoka told him that his family gave him the motivation to return home alive, but it won't last long and it will be the cause of his death. One day, Manoka and his team visited an apartment after receiving reports about an Oni, and they saw a child there. Manoka saw his daughter as a child, and she couldn't hurt him, so he had a chance to escape. However, when the Oni arrived on the street, it disappeared and killed everyone he saw. In bad luck, Manoka's husband and son were running away at the same time, and they were also attacked by the missing Oni. Manoka quickly saved them, but it was too late. His wife and son were, and he also suffered a serious wound while fighting the Oni. In his last moments, Manoka regretted showing mercy to his enemies and declared that all Oni should be merciless in the same place. He asked Tsubakiri to use his body to continue fighting the Oni even if he was already dead. Tsubakiri accepted his request, and by controlling Manoka's body, he immediately rose to the rank of a captain of the fleet. Until now, he still doesn't give up and swears that he will continue to fight. Manoka is with him until they open all the Oni. He tries to get closer to him. Manoka's body became weak and Tsubakiri lost consciousness because he lost hope. Shiki can't believe that she won the battle. While in Kisame, May approached her and suddenly a big rock fell from Kisame near her. The sound of the falling rock brought Shiki back to her senses, and she told May that they need to leave this place immediately. But she had no strength left, and she fell down, bleeding profusely. Inside the same time, Mami Momogi was trapped inside a fence that she can't let her go because he didn't have enough strength to close their base again. Instead, he let her save everyone trapped inside before the house collapsed. Nado, Jin, and others ran to the main building, and they were surprised to see Kaya treating Shaki unconsciously. Jin asked how she was saved, and Kaya said that she was about to die, but she drank a little of her blood splattered on the roof that forced her to stay alive. After hearing this, Naruto continued to face Tsubakiri, telling him that he looked pitiful. Even so, before he could finish, he asked what he was thinking about the powers of Shiken's Kijin. Tsubakiri answered that Shaki was really strong, but he seemed to be burning his will to live. Jin became interested in Kijin, but Kaya told him that he would explain everything when they reached the safe place. Not long after that, Momogi arrived in Bulwagan, and he was shocked to see Tsubakiri dead. He changed after meeting Manaka and following the footsteps of his master. He even had a family. But now Momogi is very ashamed of the thought of telling Tsubakiri's wife and newborn child that he died in the battle. A few hours later, Shaki woke up completely recovered from his wounds. Kaya and Naruto were there to watch him, and Naruto gave him a bottle of water while he was saying that he really lost to a captain of Momotarou. Shaki finally won the battle against Tsubakiri, but she was immediately saddened because no one could return to Mei's parents. Naruto was silent, opening the windows, saying that so many were lost to consider this a victory, but they should be thankful that they were saved. Not long after that, Shaki and her classmates were preparing to return to their studies. Kaya decided to forgive Mei and asked everyone to bring them back. As the students boarded the ship, Mei called Shaki, thanked her with a smile, and told her that she would bring it back. When they arrived at the academy, Naruto started teaching the students about how the ONI agency is divided into 3 parts. There is the unit of battle, the unit of medical, and the unit of recon. They are done when the students will be assigned to those units depending on their ability. Nevertheless, Lid Aralan is confused because Shaki's brain seems to be making sounds while she is trying to focus on her lessons. Kaiuina is trying to teach Rekuro, and Akari is sleeping without knowing. Naruto is very annoyed with Akari and wakes her up with a loud bang. After that, she declares that the class is over, and now everyone needs to choose their roommates in the dormitory. While the students have different opinions about the division of roommates, one by one, Juji mentioned that Mei Iwan was one of the men because they are twins. Naruto allowed any one of Mei Iwan to get a roommate with her, and suddenly everyone started seeing each other in a better light. They are still debating how they will divide the roommates, but then Kaiuina said that she wants to be a partner with Rekuro. Everyone was surprised at this and Juji got jealous of Rekuro, but Naruto clarified that men and women are separated by sex. Kaiuina asks who will take care of Rekuro if that happens, and Shaki asked her what it means. Kaiuina tells a detailed story about what she plans to do with Rekuro. In simple words, it includes many times of being together every day. Shaki was very angry when she heard this, and they both started helping Kaiuina. Shaki asked Homer to talk to Kaiuina to change her mind because she doesn't want Rekuro to be the only one to be happy. But Homer's actions impacted her and made her angry. He said that if she leaves, they will be even. He said he would stay outside in a cart and Shaki would consent even if he only heard it. Anyway, Shaki, Juji, and Akari are telling Jean that she needs to go to jail. She will be with Naruto in her room because she is the only one here. Jean calmly answered that she is fine alone, and the 3 of them got mad at her. They called her useless, that she doesn't know how to understand the situation. And then Shiki told Akari that the two of them should be together in the room. Akari immediately refused, saying she doesn't want people around her, and Juji felt disgusted and left. While he was pretending that he didn't want to be with her in the room, as a friend invited him if he wanted to be with her in the room because he was afraid of Kayune. However, Juji got even angrier here and asked Rakuro if he still wanted to seduce her. Always gives her 3,000 glock before going to school. Rakuro felt the effect of this on his mind, and while he was mumbling to himself, Akari told Shiki to just go to Nado's room. Shiki refused, saying she wants to talk about her crushes and bring her roommate with her before going to sleep. She told how she was so mad that she went to a school, joined everyone because she was suspended from middle school and then removed from high school. Was surprised as soon as they found out that Shiki was studying, and she asked them why they were surprised. Juji answered that her powers were awakened when she was still a child, so she didn't have a chance to study. There are similar stories, and Shiki said that the situation is even worse than hers. Anyway, Nado told them not to waste time and to pass who are the roommates. Shiki said that they should use rock, paper, scissors to pass who will be their partner. Everyone agreed to the idea, and while they were throwing their rocks, Juji was left out. She was very sad because she can be with Nado in the room. On the other hand, Shiki was lucky because she avoided Nado, but she found her partner was Jin. And to be honest, there was almost no difference. She was dismayed because Jin was the lowest person in the group, but Jin was wondering about Shiki. Before returning to the academy, she talked to Keiya about Shiki and learned the details about Kishin's children. She was a little upset about that and told Shiki not to be arrogant because she was born with a special power. After that, Lid Aralan became confused again and made Shiki think about she is what doing, she was and thinking that she will strive for the future where she will be safe and happy. In the office of Momotarou, the delinquent named Zinnia also moved. She thought that if she defeated Shiki, who made Tsubakiri fall, she would get a lot of points and be promoted as the captain of the squad. She told her team to get ready because they would leave right away, and they told her that they had no reason to leave. But it didn't matter to Zinnia because as soon as she got a result, the higher-ups would not complain about her way. A few days later, Shiki and her classmates enjoyed a hot public bath after another difficult day at school. While Shiki was complaining about Nato as a very strict teacher, Jean left because she was done bathing. Hikari is also leaving because she is tired of Shaki's nagging, but somehow Jujutsu agrees with her. On the other hand, Rikiro knows that Kayune is waiting for her from the lobby to be released. Even if it is the dream of any man, this coward is afraid of that idea. Jujutsu and Shiki thought that she was just bragging, but while Rikiro cried loving to and them dominant she mothers, was afraid of they heard Kayuna's voice as she tried to enter the men's bath to be with Rikiro. The three men reacted differently to this situation, but when they opened that they saw Nato there instead of Kayuna, who was being stopped by other men. Nato told all of them that he would do an emergency evacuation drill and that everyone should gather at the gym within 10 minutes. Finally, Shiki arrived and started to tell Nato that it was her fault that Jean took care of her while she was resting, and asked
Nato
her if
did
she
not
wanted
let
to
her be
get used
defeated
to the
by
storm
her.
outside if she had a problem with the evacuation drill.
Anyway,
And
Shiki
Nato started
immediately
her lecture,
changed her
telling
mind.
the students that if they can't move
team
and take quick action during an emergency, they have a chance to survive. Justo agreed. He said this training was to teach them how to help as a group, and then he taught them the items placed. He told them to stay inside the gym until the next emergency while he leaves for a patrol on campus. Everyone was finally able to rest when Nato left, but now they had no idea what to notice a caldero in the items, and Shiki said that there might be a bomb inside. She poked her finger like a gun here, which is said to be the best way to throw a bomb is to shoot it. Homer told her to stop because even a mouse knows that their dinner is in the caldero. She was just kidding. But Akari got mad at her and called her an idiot sandwich. Shiki and Akari lost, but it ended quickly because Homer started asking for a favor because he was in pain. While they were fighting, Kaina let her get some food for her, dear Akuro, and she saw that the usual food is curry and rice. While everyone was sitting down to eat, Shiki started being picky, asked if her cousin wanted anything because she didn't want anything. The food looked green. Homer told her not to choose the food, and even she really wanted the fried toast, she didn't want it to be accepted by others. In that moment, Shiki noticed Akari near the caldero because she immediately ate all of her food in 3 bites before rushing to get the second serving. Jean was watching them from a distance, and even though she wanted to hurry up to get serving, she couldn't eat fast because she was having a hard time holding others to think that she was weak, so she just ate slowly. On the other hand, Kaina asked Rakuro if she wanted more. She wanted another serving. That she was full, and if she ate too much, she would get sick. She was a little jealous of people who can eat all they want, but she was also happy that they had pudding with curry. She told Kaina how much she loved the pudding, but one of them got jealous and asked if she loved the pudding more than her. Rakuro didn't know what to say because Kaina was already starting jealous, but then she took a sip of the pudding later and thanked her for it. Kaina's mood suddenly changed and she told Rakuro that she could have it as well as the pudding. In any way, after eating dinner and breakfast, Homer noticed that there was still 1 pack of pudding left. He asked if anyone was jealous of them, but all of their pudding was already eaten. He asked if anyone wanted to get the remaining pack, and Jean decided not to resist and raised her hand. However, Shiki suddenly stole the pudding from Homer's hand. Jean lowered her hand in embarrassment, but Shiki saw it at the right time. She told Jean not to hesitate if she was hungry and put the last plate of curry she was caring for here, but her face was shaking. Jean's head was getting hotter. At the same time, Nato was one examining all the boxes as part of the escape training. Just in time for the Academy's birding men, Sahiro and Babwe and answered the phone and found out that the teacher was on the other line. The teacher said that he didn't have to follow the rules of the escape training because they knew that there was really no danger on campus. He told Nato to spend time with his students, but he was told that the students would be more comfortable if he wasn't there. Nato agreed, but he was just hoping that his students would agree, but he didn't. Seeing that happen right away, he started talking about how each one of them had their own experiences, and joining others is not easy for any one of them. At the gym, Jean was preparing to fight Shiki for the pudding. and Shaki called her crazy not to say that she wanted more pudding. Jean got even more angry, and she took out her blood cane, so Shaki also called her bazooka. Jean first broke the chain on her and Shaki blocked it, but when she was about to give up, Nato arrived. He was dismayed that they risked their lives for a pudding, and even more dismayed that they ate all the food and left nothing for him. Everyone was surprised to hear that Nato should have joined them, and started apologizing to Home Air because he ate all the food. The other students were even more ashamed, and they told Nato that it was because he didn't listen earlier and he wouldn't be able to refuse their requests. Still, he told them that it is strictly prohibited to use their abilities in the gym, and anyone who leaves the hall without permission will be dismissed. After that, he left with the pudding but forgot the spoon. Home Air was wondering if they would follow him and give him the spoon, but kinda told him that they forgot it because it was not worth the trouble. She let everyone sleep after that, and Shaki was busy because she just wanted to be with her cousins. Jean, on the other hand, was rebellious and avoided everything. Meanwhile, Kaina told Rakuro to go inside her sleeping bag so they could hug all night, and Rakuro really didn't like it. The Meniokus, Juji, was also angry and wanted to have a chance, and Akari, on the other hand, was the opposite. To believe that men she thought and women it was childish should start dating only after the age of 20, and she didn't like the idea that they were all to divide the hall into two parts to separate the men. Shaki continued to have fun because for her it was like a school trip. Akari joined the fun, and she said it was time for scary stories. Shaki started sweating because she was a little scared of ghosts and other things, but the other men were eager to share scary stories. Akari told Jean that she would share a story with them, and Shaki hoped Jean would show no interest because she would have a reason to get mad. Even so, Jean had no problem with ghost stories, and Shaki was surprised that she was no longer interested. Rakuro first told about how she felt like someone was looking at her since she entered the academy, but everyone said it was just Q. Then Juji told how she was shivering when she heard native footsteps as she clung to her pillow. Shaki was happy that there was no ghost story yet, but Akari started to whisper a story about a ghost of a woman on a mountain road. Suddenly, the light went out and Shaki screamed in fear, and she pretended to be opening the flashlight, but there was a bigger problem. Jean said that gossip about ghost stories about real ghosts seemed true and taught a ghost standing at the corner. By the way, the main thing that the kids are trying to scare is to be closer to each other, but Shaki, Rakuro, and Juji were so scared. They approached Akari, who pushed away from them because she had just seen a real ghost and she wanted to be a witness to the ghost. She rebelled against the teacher tree that she was standing on using a force field and asked Jean to follow. The three ghosts approached her, and while she was trying to get rid of them, Shaki let go of her fear. She picked up her gun and started shooting without mercy, breaking the glass without hitting the teacher tree. When Nato arrived at the gym, he was shocked and asked the teacher to tell the students that it was just a bad dream and there was no ghost. The next day, convinced that it was just a bad dream because of the night storm, the gym when told them that they were going to Tokyo for their next field exercise. A few days later, Nato and his entire class were in Tokyo. What happened to their base in Kyoto and pretended to be ordinary civilians.
apart from the use of pillows and regular school uniforms.
But
They
it
also
seemed like
changed
there were
their
no
names.
pillows left for Juji, so they left.
He
He tried to
looking
complain
ordinary.
about that to Nato, who didn't even notice him. Instead, he told them to rest for the night because they had a tour early the next day. After that, Nato handed a piece of paper to Shaki, telling her to go to the address written there to get blood. Shaki asked him why he still needed it, and Nato answered that they needed to study his blood well. He started a campaign by the Momotarou agency to attack them in Kyoto, caused a lot of unnecessary trouble for this field trip, and then headed to the hotel that was followed by everyone. Shaki was really dismayed by what happened. Suddenly
on
noticed
his
that
first
there was a
school
summer
trip that
festival nearby, and he went there to have fun before returning to the hotel. He ran to the festival and immediately joined the joy of seeing a young man
he didn't
complaining
win the
to his
highest
brother
prize
in a shooting game for him because
target
Shaki
number one
accepted
was
that
too
as a
small.
challenge and told the kids that he would win the highest prize. For them, the owner of the store said that it was not possible. But Shaki just took the gun and hit the smallest target easily. But he was not the only gunman in this town, because there was another man who was hit by the target at the same time. Instead of being angry or envious, Shaki introduced his partner as a gunman and he became friends with an officer. While they were firing at each other, the targets had a cut and jeep. The owner of the store just looked at them, knowing that he had a big loss today. Later, Shaki and another gunman managed to kill all the targets, get all the prizes, and give them to the kids. After that, they rested on a bench and shared a soda while talking about how good they were earlier. Shaki asked the man named Mikado if he also likes guns, and he immediately agreed. Mikado told how he enjoyed the proper loading of guns in modern video games, his time watching YouTubers and streamers testing different guns. Shaki was happy that someone like him was looking for him, and he was glad that he didn't get his name yet. Then they introduced themselves to each other, and Shaki gave him a Peking name, Natsu. He found out that Mikado was 19 years old and asked if he was a college student or what, but Mikado took off his robe to show that he was a police officer. Shaki got a little upset because he didn't want to be a police officer and asked him why he wanted to be a police officer. Mikado answered that he wanted to protect people against bad people, but these problems had a connection. He pointed at a man who looked grumpy on the street and told Shaki that a man looked like him was judging him. Looks because he saw the man giving goldfish that he won in the tournament earlier to the kids. Mikado said that he doesn't judge people based on their looks, and he wants to know if bad after he sees their deeds, but he remains within the limits of the law. Shaki started to be jealous of him, but then Mikado started to tell stories about
always in power and imprisons people whenever he doesn't think about it.
Shaki remembered this in this picture, but he told Mikado that he shouldn't let any kind of person be his boss. He changed his mind. Mikado was very happy to hear this and told Shaki that he is smarter than he looks, and he is ashamed to hear this. In any way, Mikado decided to ask Shaki to share his information on how to get along with them. Shaki agreed, told him that he doesn't live here, but he remembered that he needs to go to the city to get blood, so he can also talk to a friend. He said that he is free at night, but in that moment Mikado received from his boss, who is none other than the delinquent Momotarou Shinya. At that moment, the two of them decided to continue their walk while other students arrived at the hotel when he noticed that Shiki was not there. He told everyone to share the rooms with their dorm partners while looking for Shiki, who was annoyed because he was tired of it in his important time. On the other side, Mikado caught Shinya, who started to get angry because of playing while they had a mission here. He reminded Mikado that they disguise as police to look for Shiki and not to go to festivals, and told him to get married like a vice captain. Mikado felt that it was only right for him, but he was still glad that he met a handsome man. He didn't know that he was the one they were looking for. The next day, Nato brought everyone to an old bookstore, which is based in the reconnaissance unit of Sangay in Tokyo. He told the students that they need to spend time at the bookstore and talk to the reconnaissance unit, and when Shiki saw that he was bad, he told her not to leave again. When they arrived inside the bookstore, Nato took some books and brought them to the clerk, who is an agent of the reconnaissance unit, and he already knew that Nato and his group will visit him now. After that, the clerk already talked to the students, telling them to still look at the books while they are talking so that they don't get distracted. Shiki complained that he was being dismayed in this place because he thought it was high-tech like Kyoto. The clerk replied that Kyoto is special because it has been the base of the ONI agency for a long time and its scope is also wide. Compared to Kyoto, their base is just outside of Tokyo and most of their agents all the time, so this small bookstore is enough for them. After that, he said that they also have high-tech facilities underground, and Shiki was happy to hear that. She asked if they can see the facilities now, but the clerk refused before introducing himself as a Kairo. After that, he explained to Shiki and the others that anyone who joins the ONI agency will that are counted as the combat unit, recon unit. Shiki was very happy to hear that and was sure that she would go to the combat unit. Nato quickly scolded her and told her to pretend to still look at the books and act like a normal student. Shiki couldn't answer because she knew she was having a problem, and Kairo was crying, telling the students to ask if they have any questions. He explained that after the combat unit, he went on to fight the Mama agency in the first ranks and assured Akari that that was the only job for him. The medical unit does not only treat injured ONI, and they ensure that ordinary ONI can live safely with normal people. Homer thinks it's a good idea to join the medical unit because he wants to help people. After that, Kairo told a story about the panic tick unit that collects information, and Juji thought that his abilities and talent were very suitable for the job. Decided to join wherever Rikiro is chosen, but it seems like no one wants to choose Rikiro. Suddenly, Juji asked Kairo if they should hide because they learned a lot. And Kairo answered a question if he could hide in front of the enemy. Juji got his answer, but Kairo insisted on adding and said that while hiding, the panic tick agents hide most of the information. He said that it really helps in situations of life and death. After that, he explained the reason why he refused to show them their hidden facilities, from them is caught by the Mamatero agency, they will easily find out their secrets. Shiki called it a lack of habit and said that no matter how hard it is for him, anything he will not give called up him brave because of that thought, but then asked him not to belittle the Mamatero agents. Homer was asked if the Momotarou agents have the ability to read minds, and Cairo
All the
could not deny
Momotarou
that
agents
it is
have their
possible.
own
He
abilities,
said that, and there are special ones that hide their abilities even to their companions. He said that even if they do not have the ability to read minds, the Momotarou
have more
agents
ways
have
to
get information that can be used to destroy the ONI agency. After that, everyone went out and Shaki began to move his body. He was more nervous, and Eugenia told him to calm down because he thought he was being bullied. While Shaki is trying to calm down and get married normally, he becomes even more anxious in an uneven tile. Jean uses this opportunity to touch his hand, and Shaki is very angry at him, but Naruto tells him not to get married like a clown. Shaki is nervous about the security cameras around them, and others are also a little nervous about this. Naruto tells them that they have the right to be nervous because most of the security cameras in the city are connected to the Momotarou agency. If there is a bloodsucker in the city, it will get the security cameras and immediately alerts the Momotarou agency that its agents are sending. Everyone is worried when they hear that, but Q asked Naruto if they need to be too careful just because of the cameras. He told him that they don't have to worry too much because there are a lot of ONI living even though the security is tight, and as long as they don't cause trouble, no one will notice. Then he told everyone that they are in a hurry because they are late in visiting a hospital being run by a medical unit, and after that they need to go to the combat unit. Where they will receive some training. After a long day, everyone returns to the hostel very tired, yet done touring, and the next day they will study about their interests. After that, he told Shaki to get blood, and he agreed to go to the address given to him. Arrived at an apartment not long complex, and when he pressed the doorbell, an old woman with a curved face opened the door. Shaki began to go up to the woman named Mary who Naruto was talking about. He quickly took Shaki's blood and was surprised because he thought it was longer and more painful. His eyes kept looking at Mary's chest because of its weight, and he decided to give her a glimpse of heaven because she is a fortune teller, and him to take his possession. That was too much. He ran away with almost no mind, not sure if Mary was just tricking him, or if this was the closest thing that happened to him in a big party. As he walked back without thinking, Mary felt sorry for him, thinking that his life is shorter than most, but he couldn't say that to her face. Even so, Shaki will go to see Makadu even though he is not yet fully recovered from his illness. They decided to watch a movie that has a lot of gunshots and explosions. That left the movie came out that the movie about friends when a child was forced to fight in a war, but he asked if they met in a battlefield, would Shaki shoot him? Shaki replied that he did not like this kind of question, and Makadu told him that this is just a hypothetical situation. Shaki said he would make sure no one dies, and then he would go straight to a high-ranking official to end the war. Makadu said that his solution was too idealistic, and Shaki replied that it was just a hypothetical answer to a hypothetical question. In that moment, Makadu received a text from Shinya calling him right away to work. He left the mad alien, asking Shaki to forgive him because he forced them to help each other, but within seconds, Shaki also received a call. Nato said that he immediately returned to the hotel because there was an accident near there. A few minutes earlier, while Nato and the other students were returning to the hotel, a brother ran in front of them. No one noticed them except Jean, who noticed a truck coming to them as they crossed the road. He saw that the truck driver was asleep and was ready to bring the brother to another world. The two children were scared and hugged as the truck was speeding towards them, but Jean could not resist letting them die. He used all his blood and shot a chainsaw at the truck that blew up. It rolled and crashed. The truck crashed on the road, but the old brother, who was surprised by Jean, was still alive. Even so, Nato suddenly saw Jean and told him that they had to leave that place immediately now that he had used all his blood. The security camera caught everything and sent the information to the Mama agency, and they could arrive at any time. As NATO suspected, an accident happened at the Momotarou base, and they immediately sent it to all their agents in the area. Meanwhile, NATO told all his students to change their clothes so they could go to another place and hide. He received a call from Kyouro, who also heard about the incident, told NATO that they would be assisted by a support unit in a safe place. NATO told him that Shiki was alone now, and he asked Kyouro to send someone to bring him to a safe place. On the other hand, Shinya and Makoto also received the video clip and the portrait of Jean. Shinya wonders if Shiki is the man in the video or if he only knows about him. He doesn't expect much from a man who has been allowed to use his power, but he plans to catch him and get all the information he can get from him. He said that if he doesn't have any useful information, they should kill him and continue, but Makoto didn't like the idea. He said that they should leave him alive because he saved some children, but Shinya answered that it doesn't matter because the Oni should be killed. Still, Makoto doesn't seem to agree with this belief, and he says personally that he watches that he does not kill the Oni that Nagel saved people. Shinya is annoyed here, but he doesn't say anything. Because he needs Makoto's power to bring down Shiki, he decided to let him do what he wants first because he plans to use it to get the promotion he really wants. On the other hand, Kyouro brought Nato and other students to a facility underground where a panactic unit is being used to hide the important file and carry out tasks. Kari asked if the old bookstore wasn't the base, and Kyouro explained many facilities it was just one of their unit uses to pretend to be normal people. In times gathering like this information, the enemies of the Locusts are confused about the facilities and they can't find the truth they're trying to hide. Kyouro told Nato that he had already sent Susanto to Shiki and asked what his plan was. Nato replied that they would return to the academy right away, and Kyouro left to prepare the files for him. They took a break until then. Ryu was able to breathe easily, able to return safely, but he was angry because their trip was cut short early. The members of the recon squad, however, were annoyed at the children who caused trouble for all of them by using their powers to the public. Kari was ready to fight anyone who dared to say the same thing to her face, but Jin remained silent, thinking about what he had done. Suddenly, Kyouro returned with Shiki, who immediately asked what was happening here. She was really surprised to find out that Jin had saved the two children and started praising him. She said that she was afraid that something big would happen when she heard that there was an accident, but she already went out that Jin helped a person. Shiki couldn't understand why everyone was so angry that they should have praised Jin. Kyouro was proud of Shaki's bravery, but he greeted her because he was saying what was on his mind. After that, Nado told Jin that what he did was not wrong, but it was also not right because he put them all in danger. He told her to improve her physical ability and save the people who do not use her blood in the future. Naruto left after that and started praising Shiki and Jin, saying that expect a heartless person like her to be able to save a person. But Jin started to cough, saying that he was not saved again. Shiki was wondering about that, but in that moment, Naruto told them that their cells were ready and they should rest until the sun rises. When Jin entered his cell, he was saddened to think how he managed to save his older brother even though he used his power. At the same time, in another part of the city, an old man who was saving was happy when Shinya arrived. He was invited by the old man named Timo who joined the party, but Shinya refused, saying that he was there to do business. He ordered Timo Diddy to let the women go immediately, and when he tried to fight back, he poured a cold drink on his head. He said not to forget who encouraged his group to rise and praise this old man. Diddy was afraid to see Shinya angry, and he immediately let all the women go and left only his men in the cell. Shinya showed him Jin's picture and told him to look for it before the night was over. Even so, before the gangsters went out for their mission, Shinya allowed them to have fun together. He opened a bottle of expensive alcohol to celebrate his early promotion. The gangsters parted with Shinya before leaving, but the new members were curious about him. Even though the veterans of the gang didn't know anything about him, they told newcomers that Shinya was the reason why their small gang became successful. He felt that there was something special about Shinya's eyes, and it was as if he could see everything that was bothering him coming out. The gangster was right, and Shinya's ability had something to do with his eyes. He could see everything the gangsters could see because when he gave them expensive alcohol earlier, he put it in his black bacteria. The bacteria infected the eyes of the gangsters, so he could see whatever they could see within 24 hours. Suddenly, he noticed something on one of his vision boards and immediately contacted, telling him to look to his right where a masked man was standing. The gangster was surprised here and wondered how Shinya found out. He knew about this. He asked if they should catch the masked man. Shinya told him to stop. The man was already complaining in the video. He knew that ordinary gangsters couldn't do this, so he was wondering if there was a way to catch the gangster. However, he was also interested in why the gangster would return to the scene of the accident because he knew that the gangsters were trying to catch him. After that, Shinya moved to another gangster who was watching a video. A woman was sleeping with him and told him to go to the hospital next to him. The gangster said that he couldn't do it because he was on probation now, but Shinya told him through a video that he saw. That is the video where he was sleeping with his boss. He told the man to go to the hospital secretly if he didn't want his boss to know about it, so the gangster didn't do anything but followed. It turns out that Shinya was right about the masked man named Jin. Jin was also in the hospital and asked the receptionist about the woman who was injured in the accident. The receptionist said that he couldn't see her now because the visit time was over and asked if she was his family. He replied that he was just there when the accident happened, so he wanted to make sure that the woman was okay. Jin pretended to leave and the receptionist saw that he looked sad, so he told him fine and that his head was just hit while his brother was being protected. Jin was relieved to hear this, and when he saw Marahan smiling, the old man transformed into a PDF and tried to talk to him. He said that the old brothers were really angry because they were saving their young brothers in danger, and Jin remembered his own brother before he left the hospital with that, but when he came out of the gate, he was surrounded by gangsters. Jin asked them who they were and what they wanted from him, and Temu Didi replied that he had no idea about him, but they brought him here to bring him He also told Jin to get in their car that was waiting for him, but he refused. Didi was angry here and showed him the live video of one of his men who threatened the injured woman with a knife. Jin was surprised to see this and was afraid that the woman might lose her life. He agreed to get in the car with the gangsters, whose hands were tied with a ziplock. It didn't take long for the gangsters to arrive at their bar and bring the corner
Jin to
where he would have a hard time, where the woman was waiting for him. He was put in a chair and asked if he was with the women in Kyoto with Shaki. He just wanted to hear Jin speak because he already had a confirmation about his meeting with Mami Mamoy. He heard the news about the blonde Frankenstein Taitahi, and now he is convinced that Shaki should be in this city. While he was excited about his luck, Jin told him to disturb the others because he wouldn't give any answer. However, Shinya knew his weakness and asked him if he was worried about the injured woman. Jin was surprised at his insolence and asked him when the Mamoy agency of low-class criminals started to show up. He said he didn't know what he was saying, and then he continued the conversation about the injured woman. He said he might be in danger because the world is full of bad people, monsters, and Jin asked if he would really hurt the civilians just to talk. Shinya laughed, saying he wouldn't do anything, but there might be others. He asked Jin if he wanted the woman to stay safe, and he was even more confused. A few seconds later, Shinya opened the door of his cell and told Didi to watch Jin as he went out for a while. Jin asked him where he was going, and Shinya just teased him before he closed the door. However, he knows that the situation now is not favorable for him. He doesn't have the strength to fight alone, and even with Mikado, he can't face Shaki and Nado at the same time. He immediately called Mikado, telling him that they need to meet immediately. On the other hand, Nado saw a message from Jin, saying that he has been gone for more than an hour. Everyone was angry that he acted alone, but Shaki mentioned that he was acting differently. Nado and Kaoru decided to think of the worst that could happen, acted accordingly because the Mamoy agency might have already acted. The other OOs in the base were really worried that the Momotarou were actively listening, and the students couldn't understand why they were hesitating. Kiki asked Kaoru if the Momotarou are really involved in this region, and he answered that the Momotarou are in charge of this region. He is one of the men he has never heard of. Meanwhile, Mikado and Shinya went to the line of the Momotarou agency where the other mandarigmas were gathering. Among them is Tsukayomi, the captain of the 23rd Abala in building the
vice
tower
captain
of
Osaku,
Baraja, who is angry with the captain because he is always so calm, to stop wasting time in building the tower of Baraja. But Tsukayomi said that he was written by his favorite magician that he could build a 10-story tower of Baraja. He would use true happiness. He said that the guesses were not wrong, and it was even guessed that they would have sudden visits today. Tsukayomi is asking them what they want, and Mikado also wants to know the answer to that question. Nevertheless, Shinya said that he is here with a child that they cannot refuse. Oh, he just doesn't want Kaku to listen to his child because he was angry went to their territory without an invitation and is trying to do what he wants. Mikado got it wrong that Shinya and Osaku are just the same, so they won't agree. Anyway, Osaku went to his captain to ask what they should do to them, and he gave them a book of riddles to guess what they will do. Osaku is really angry with him now, but Tsukayomi read the book and said the prophecy. The first step towards the next era is already here. Tsukayomi does not understand what this means, but he thought he should listen to Shinya first before he agrees to the meaning of the prophecy. Shinya told him that he saw a connection to a son of Kishin, and everyone in Sillid is suddenly interested in what he will say now. Shinya told Mikado and Osaku that they will take care of Kishin's son, but for that he needs their help. Osaku got angry when he heard this, and his dark bacteria almost rose to light in Sillid. He waited for Shinya to ask him to give him a good reason to help him get advantage in their territory, because if he can't do that, he will finish it. Right here and now, Tsukuyomi is telling his vice captain to calm down because it's not good to fight other agents. He also asks Shinya why he still needs help, because even though facing a son of Kishin, he is with Mikado and he is strong enough to face it. Tsukuyomi has a high opinion of Mikado, saying that his ability have been proven because he became a vice captain at his age. Mikado is sulking, saying that he is not that good, and that he is not really interested in the mess. He sometimes says that he really doesn't want to fight, and he still tries to accept the truth that they are chasing after a child of Kishin. Osaku is angry at his insolence and says that killing Oni is their happiest act. And Shinya said that he will give him the happiest experience in exchange for helping them defeat Shaki. He told Osaku that he will fight Nato in exchange for helping them, and he suddenly became interested in the child. On the other hand, all the students are ready to leave for the academy at any time, but they can't leave because Jean is not here yet. Nato wonders what they should do to find her, and Kaworu persuades him to ask for help from the units of the agents who are really here. However, Masumi, the captain of the units of the agents, arrived there and refused to let his soldiers look for Jean. He pointed out that Jean left a letter saying that he made this decision himself, and now whatever happens to him, he will be the only one to answer it. Shaki was angry to hear this, and asked if Masumi would let one of them face the danger that he might be sleeping, and answered that anyone who is stupid enough to mess with himself might die alone. Really changed because he wouldn't expect someone like him to look after these kids. Nato tried to talk to him to send the units of the agents, and Masumi pointing out the reasons behind it. He started by talking about the things that the units of the investigation found out. He said they found out that a student was abducted and civilians were in the case, but the one to blame for the abduction is not the Momotarou agency. Shaki couldn't believe that Jean was suspecting ordinary people, and explained to Masumi that he was abducted by small criminals using simple methods. So, after seeing how they were perfectly hidden, there must be a Momotarou supporting them. Masumi knew that no matter what they do, the Momotarou in the Naruma region will never involve the civilians. That's what it means that the ones supporting the gangsters are from other groups. Nato now understands the situation, and he said that if they just send their group, they might be in big trouble because they don't know how many enemies there are. Shaki's clever thinking is difficult to understand, so Karo explained to him in an easier way. He said that if they send their group to kidnap Jean, the Mamat might attack their base from Naruma. What's more, the Mamat might have more enemies in the fight, and their people are more likely to cause big trouble to other Oni living in the area. Juju suggested that they might ask for additional help from other places. Masumi reminded him that their defense will be weak, so that might not be possible. Masumi said that unlike the Momotarou agency, they are always short-handed, so they can't do such things. Even so, he thinks they are not that weak at this time because Nato is on their side, and he used to be a member of the fighting unit in Tokyo. Masumi looked back, saying that it just happened yesterday. Nato showed his skills against 100 Mamat and almost wiped out the whole, and Masumi will never forget the frustration he felt then. Everyone was shocked when they found out that their teacher was still alive, said it was all in the past and now he has turned his back on fighting to take care of brats, and just asked if he already investigated the group that attacked Jean. Masumi said that he already found the location of the group and they just need to enter it and save Jean. Shiki was impressed that even though he didn't want to send his people, Masumi helped them a lot and asked for permission to shout here earlier. Masumi didn't just ignore him and told Nato that they were going to enter Kairo's place. The place was also presented by Shiki and Akari to join, but that they still couldn't guard it, so they forgot to join the fighting. Nevertheless, Nato told him that it would be okay if the two children would join. Masumi thought he was joking, but Nato believed in the abilities of his students, and he believed that the real experiences were a better way to get used to. Masumi really didn't care about that, and he said that the children would not go anywhere. But Juji suddenly said that he could help the recon unit by asking first if he would join the recon unit, and he confirmed that he was the one. The ability is not good for fighting, so he can only help here. When Masumi heard this and touched his neck, he asked if he was going to destroy the recon unit. How to fight. He told him that the reason to join the recon unit because they are the first to enter the dangerous territory. Fight starts sometimes. The support is already caught and they are caught by the enemies. If they are lucky, they die right away, but if they are unlucky, the enemies get information before killing. He said that even so, they do not give important information and choose to die. He said that this is true for not only the units of the Panactic, but also the units of the fighting and support, and there is no safe place for anyone. He asked Juji if he could face it, and he was surprised because the life of the Panactic unit seemed to joined the academy because he wanted to be beneficial to his community. Ready to die for a long time, and Akari agreed with him, saying that if they are not ready to die, they are not here. Others agreed with him, even though they are not sure about the loss of their lives. Shiki answered that he is also ready to die, but he wants to be stronger so that no one will die. He asked Masumi to let them leave, and he just looked at Nato to confirm. Nato answered that sending students is the best for their training, and they are always short of people. It will solve the two problems at the same time. Masumi agreed to their request, but he made it clear to everyone that they will not get a special traitor because they are young. After that, Nato divided the students into different groups. Juji and Homo are in the recon unit, and they need to support Masumi and Kairo. The other students are in the combat unit, and they will accompany him in saving Jean. Nato said that they should try to avoid fighting as much as possible, and Shiki asked if they need to put on their clothes again. Nato answered that they don't need to because they will enter the enemy's territory, and in necessary situations, the clothes may add to the chaos. Masumi just arrived there with uniforms for all of them, and they were ready to go to the battlefield. On the other hand, Sako is still thinking that he had a chance to fight Nato. Even though Mikado doesn't know why he's so eager to fight, and Easy only told him that Nato killed 100 of them alone, but now he's retreating from the front. Shinya said that Nato and Shiki will always be together, and the fight between the two of them is crucial. That's the reason why he wants to face NATO's Tsukiyomi believes that it's a favor to the two of them. And Osako warns him to be prepared for danger if he lies. Shinya said that he doesn't lie when it comes to business and promises to Osako that he will get a chance to fight the famous Oni fighter. Tsukiyomi trusts Shinya's information because that's where he became the captain, and he accepted the offer. In that moment, Shinya received confirmation that NATO had entered the location where Asterisk is staying, Asterisk Sijin. He asks Tsukiyomi and Osako if they're ready, and they start smiling like they're eager to fight. Tsukiyomi said that they will follow Shinya's plan, and asked if he also wants to read his fortune. Shinya doesn't read his fortune because he doesn't want to share important information. His fertility, but Mikado immediately denied his fertility and goodbye for a while to take a bath, and in the meantime Tsukiyomi read his fortune. It's estimated that he will meet a special person and they will form a long-term relationship, and Mikado immediately thought of Shaki. However, it is also said that the relationship may be ruined in a wrong move. Mikado was surprised there, and Tsukiyomi said that he will make his luck better by using sacks, but he didn't do it. On the other hand, Shinya contacted Temudiri and told him to pour a bucket of water for Jin because he's thirsty. Didi followed his orders and Shinya told him to go out of the room and hide while waiting for the next order. Not long after, Shaki and the others arrived at the club where Jin was placed. Shaki wanted to stop Jin right away, but Masami told her not to be stupid for all the time. She told Juji to use her blood skills to check the place, and she immediately started it. Surprised, she couldn't read the fortune correctly, but Masami expected it. She told Juji that she has a great weakness. First, she can't move while using. Second, people in a house with a lot of floors can't measure her strength. Masami said that she needs to improve her skills, and this is the perfect opportunity for her to learn from professionals. She told Kaoru to know how many people are in the house, and she immediately put a few drops of blood in a small bottle. Juji asked how this works, and Kaoru explained that when she poured the bottle, it echoed. She told her how many people are nearby and what exactly they are doing. She was also able to study the order of the houses around her, said that it's like an echolocation technique that bats and dolphins use. Kaoru said that her power gives a very simple look around, and anyone can use it. Shaki immediately got nervous at the opportunity and told Kaoru to try it while shaking the bottle hard. Kaoru told everyone that anyone can use her echolocation, confuse the mind with a lot of information, and that's what happened to Shaki. She vomited because she couldn't receive all the information in her brain, which is even cleaner on the screen of the iPhone 17. Kaoru knew that this would happen, and she said that people with a high ECT are the best to be able to use her ability. Juji tried it because she is a fan of her intelligence, but even she vomited. Masami told the children to stop playing and asked Kaoru what she learned. Kaoru replied that she can only feel Jin in the basement of the house and there are no bats around her. Masami wondered if they ran away and let her know about it. She swallowed her saliva and swallowed her blood and suddenly became invisible. Shaki was nervous to see this, but Juji was sad because she realized now that she is far from Masami and Kaoru. Nado saw that she was having a hard time with her feelings and brought it closer. Juji said that she felt that she was useless and weak now, and Nado told her that she was also good at getting used to it. She admitted that when Masami first woke up, she could only be invisible for 30 seconds, that her life seemed to be trapped here. She was able to extend Juji that time had a hard time believing it, and Nardo told her that she could also become a relative of Masami and Kairo if she tried. Meanwhile, Masami arrived at the club and saw that it was locked. The lock she easily saw that the whole club was vacant and there were no bats anywhere. She thought that the bad guys in that place quickly left and gave her the feeling that something was wrong. Despite this, she continued until she reached the lock where Jean was staying. Masami saw that she couldn't open the lock, so she just talked to Jean, asking if there were any bats inside. After being convinced that Masami was not an enemy, Jean said that there were no bats, and Masami immediately brought the battle unit with her. Shaki was wondering how they would be able to open the door, but Akari told her to leave it to him. She got the idea that she came here to fight, but the only thing blocking her is a big door, so her anger came out like a Wolverine's nails. Akari broke the door in one fell swoop, and everyone went into the pit of suffering. Sheki started to laugh when she saw Jean tied to a chair, but Nardo slapped her while Masami freed Jean. As soon as Jean was released, she immediately ran out, telling Nardo that the Momotarou's have a kid and she needs to take care of him. But she didn't know that she was also infected with Shinya's bacteria, and she saw all the team members who came to take care of Jean. Nardo immediately understood the situation, and Jean told him they didn't have time because the girl was in danger. But Masami calmed her down because the Riken unit already had the kid and she didn't need to know. Jean answered him, saying that she didn't know what the kid looked like. Masami said that they would also know because that was their job. Jean was angry at what he heard and held Masami's neck, saying that they didn't have time. But the special IA said that the Pedalos Dalos were no longer emotional like the first one to die in the battle. Shaki approached Nardo to talk about why Jean is acting differently now. Nardo quietly thinks about Jean's past while Shaki whispers that they should just let her go. Jean answered that she will leave even if they stop her, but Nardo has other plans. She asked Jean to promise that when she returns from this mission, she will explain to them in detail, and in return, she will join the action. Masami didn't want this to be soulless and complained that Nardo was too soft with the kids. However, Nardo already knows the best way to face Jean because he will not talk to them if he doesn't. Jean promised to talk to them after the talk, and Masami agreed to let her go to the mission. Jean prepared to leave, but Juji told her to dress up, not knowing that Shinya was seeing her through Jean's eyes while they were talking. Shinya was happy that Kishin's son was a friend of the child they adopted, but he was also a bit unhappy that he showed his face. But he thinks that this is not a big problem, and he can make up for it if he succeeds in the mission. He knows that the best thing to do is to wait for others to arrive to accompany their companion, because in this way he can monitor their every move. Remove all asterisks and quotation marks. The next 24 hours, he still sees Jean running to the hospital. Prepare some so he made her. He sent Neosaku, Masumi, and Mikado to the battle. On the other side, Shaki, Jean, and Nardo are jumping off the roof to get to the hospital when Nardo suddenly stopped. She told the men that they were ahead because she felt a strong enemy nearby and she needed to be left to face it. She ran in a different direction, so Shaki just followed Jean. However, when they arrived at the hospital, they saw it was already on fire. The gangster who started the fire nervously hides the order in the middle of the people, hoping he will not be caught. The doctors are panicking because there are still patients inside the house, but the firemen are already late. Jean started to worry when she saw the hospital on fire and she ran inside before she was stopped. Shiki followed her to do something, but when they got inside the burning hospital, Jean had a hard time breathing. She had a hard time standing up, but nothing seemed to happen to Shiki. Suddenly remembered that she had the ability to fight the fire of Tsubakiri, and she was thinking if that was the reason why she was not affected by the fire. She tried to calm Jean down, telling her to think things through before responding like an idiot, but Jean shouted at her, saying it was no longer important. Shiki rushed here and asked Jean why she was moving as if she didn't know anything. She asked how she can save other people if she can't even save herself from the fire. Shiki denied that because of her power as the daughter of Kishin, the fire has no effect on her and maybe she can help save the woman. But Jean thinks that she can't do anything, because they don't know where the woman is now. Suddenly, Shiki thought of something and told Jean, if they help each other, maybe they can save everyone in the hospital. After that, Shiki carried an old woman on her back as she ran for her life. The woman asked her if she was an angel or something, and Shiki was just thinking because of the smoke that she was thinking of something or because of her age. The old woman said that she was having a hard time because of the heat and smoke, but when Shiki approached her, her feelings were light. She realized that she has a special power and she believes that God gave it to her to help others. Shiki did not respond and left her at the emergency exit while she was in a hurry to save other people. Meanwhile, the evil spirit called Shinya, anxiously asking what he should do now. Shinya tells him to go back to their hideout and hide, without telling anyone what happened until he got there. The man is nervous that he will be caught, but Shinya says that because of doing something big like this, he will be the boss until tomorrow. After that, he rushed to check on things through Jean's eyes, which is said to be different from a woman who saves people. It turns out that Shiki still has Koro's blood vial and Jean's brain is strong enough to fight the final effect of using it. Shiki asks how many people are left in the hospital, but Jean almost can't stand it anymore. Shiki is jealous of Jean because he can use the radar without any problem. Because Koro said that only a high-ranking person would be able to do it. Jean said that it's like his head is splitting and he can't continue it for a long time. Despite the defeat about that, Jean continues to give information about patients left in the hospital and Shiki is taking care of them one by one. Not long after, almost everyone was saved by Shiki and only one patient was left. He asked Jean if they were able to save the woman he was looking for and she said that she couldn't do it. In the end, Shiki made him hurry to his hideout, but in that moment he noticed that Jean's nose and eyes were bleeding. However, he didn't have time to ask for help for him and instead, he quickly saved the woman. Shiki found him lying on the floor of his hideout, but fortunately he was still alive. He immediately picked it up and started running towards the exit, but when they were close to Jean, the roof collapsed over them. Fortunately, Jean was standing ready and he pushed Shiki and the woman to a safe place. When the roofs started to fall, they were both safe, but suddenly Shiki ran over Jean with a ton of roofs. She called Jean's name, asked if he was still alive, and thankfully he was still breathing, but he was stuck in the debris and couldn't get out. Jean told Shiki to save the woman first because the whole house is really weak now and it could collapse at any time. Shaki was hesitating, wondering if he should leave his friend who was to save the woman, but suddenly the house started to collapse. He decided to get the woman out first and promised Jean that he would return it soon. In the meantime, Jean thought about his situation and Shaki's condition. Jean's thinking was too weak after using Kyoro's blood, and it means he couldn't control his blood properly. He was wondering why he was planning to return Shaki because he had no chance of saving her. He started wondering why Shaki went to the hospital because she had nothing to do there. While Jean was losing consciousness, he was thinking of all the opportunities Shaki tried to help them. He couldn't understand why he would do that and was ashamed that he had to rely on Shaki's help all the time. Jean grew up alone and thought he would be alone for the rest of his life. He didn't think he could help a person, especially a whole family, and that is why he couldn't understand his situation now. While Jean closed his eyes, he suddenly felt the light shining on his face. When he looked at it, he saw that Shaki was cleaning the things for him and his broken heart. Jean always believed that he would come back. He was wondering why he was relying on him when he thought he was a heartless person who was always alone. But despite this, he accepted Shaki's hand and felt that it was not bad to have a chance to rely on. While Shaki was helping him walk to a safe place, he noticed firefighters and police outside, so they had to be more careful in trying to escape. He thanked him, but Shaki started shouting at him to speak loudly because he couldn't hear. Jean got angry here and told him to support him properly, and the two of them fought as they went to the safe place. Meanwhile, everyone outside the hospital was dying in the fire. They called it a miracle, but when the firefighters asked the patients, they all told a story about a boy who saved them. On the other side, Shaki and Jean were taking a break in a park. Shaki was still adamant about borrowing money from Jean, but he suddenly changed his mind and asked about the girl. He wanted to know why Jean was desperate to save him. Jean would tell reason because he promised earlier, but he suddenly thought of something stupid. He was sure that Shinya was the one who set the hospital on fire, but he didn't understand why he would do that. The girl was the only one who gave way to the gangsters to kidnap Jean, and if they were going to kill her, they would have nothing to forgive. He was starting to think about what they were planning. But Shaki wanted to know the story from the beginning. Jean suddenly said that he was planning to catch the gangsters because he was Kishin's son. That's why they did everything to make this complicated conspiracy. Jean felt that now that the girl was safe, they would chase her younger brother and use him as their next target. But they had no idea where the girl was. Shaki said that they should contact the recon unit because they could help, but Jean didn't agree with the idea. He thought that Masami didn't allow him to go to the hospital because it was too foggy, so he definitely wouldn't let him look for the girl. Jean believes that they just need to look for the girl, but Shaki doesn't believe that it's possible. Suddenly, he had a good idea and told Jean that he has a chance to find the girl for him. He said that he knows a police officer and the police should be good at looking for people. All of this, but unfortunately he can't hear what people are saying, and he because didn't notice that Shaki wanted to ask for help from his vice captain. He continued to watch Shaki, who took his phone and called Mikado. When Mikado answered the call, Shinya took care of the situation, but because he called Shaki with his pet name Natsu, he had no doubt. However, when he noticed that both Shaki and Mikado were surprised by the loud sound of the siren, his mind was full of doubt. He asked Mikado who he was talking to, and he answered that he once had a new friend Shinya said that he wanted to meet his friend, and even if he didn't want to, Mikado gave him the phone. Shinya started talking to Shiki, who still pretended to be Natsu. But when Shinya asked if it was raining, Shiki took out her hand and looked up at the sky. This was enough for Shinya to confirm his guess. And he was so lucky that Mikado knew their target. At the same time, Natsu went to a quiet place in a nearby forest where he saw Osek. He said that he was here to fight, and Natsu looked around to see if Osek was alone and there were no camos in the region. Aside from that, he had no one to protect him, and Natsu was happy because it meant that he could give everything he could. Natsu immediately followed Osek and threw him a quick kick that he blocked without any problem. Then he pretended to punch to the left, and then ran away from Osek's invisible right. However, he managed to avoid it and responded with a straight punch. To throw punches he continued at Natsu and managed to push him back before he ran away. Osek believes that Natsu is testing his abilities in a simple hand-to-hand combat that means he is taking it seriously. However, he is not very fond of taking long and immediately dropped his weapon, a carrot and chain made of black bacteria. Natsu was surprised to see his weapon, and as a shield, he also released his arrow made of blood. Osek was the first to respond to him, and Natsu called blood soldiers to attack him from afar. Osek quickly turned his carrot to distance the attacks from the blood soldiers, then handed the carrot to Natsu, partly avoided by his strong attack. After Osek returned his carrot, he told Natsu that he was too far away from the attack. His carrot could reach up to 300 meters, and Natsu had no ability to jump that far. Even though he was close, Osek had a second carrot for a close fight. He asked Natsu if he would choose to die in a close attack or attack from afar. He would only die in the old age because no weak people like Osek can do anything to him, and he immediately threw his carrot at him to make him fall. Natsu did not hesitate to defend. Instead, he threw his arrow to hit the carrot. Osek was surprised here, and then Natsu threw the carrot back at him very quickly. He spread his power, making the carrot unstoppably black. But Natsu used it as a cane and threw it at him so he would fall to the ground. When Osek stood up, Natsu used the blood soldiers to attack him. He blocked their arrows again with his carrot, telling Natsu that he had lost his attack before. Natsu's arrow hit his wounds, so Natsu fell to the ground. The arrow did not hit the ground, and the blood soldiers also fled. Natsu told Osek that he would only use this technique, and that he would only wait an hour before he died. Osek agreed that he could not defeat Natsu in this way, but he was also warned that he would lose a lot of blood when he returned to the base of the Momotarou read Osek's letter and saw that he was in big trouble and that he might die now. Mikado worried about him and asked if he should support him, but Tsukuyomi said that he did not need to. He started depicting his vice captain as a strange kind of monster that is not afraid of death. He said that even the strongest warriors lose themselves when in front of a person they can't do it, but Osek is not like that. He doesn't care if he lives or dies in battle, because for a warrior in battle like him, the battle is more important than the result. In the midst of the war, Osek was annoyed that this was really a battle for life and death for him, and he called his carrot again. He attacked Natsu, who attacked him again with the blood soldiers, and at this, Osek became angry and let some enemies hit him while he continued to attack. Natsu easily avoided his attack and kicked him away, dismayed that he was just like that weaker than he thought. He decided to end the battle right away, but Osek was not ready for that. He got up and grabbed a large carrot, but it was easier for Natsu to avoid. He jumped high and Osek said that he discovered his weakness. He said that's why Natsu attacked him from above, but he replied that it was wrong. Natsu suddenly started to attack using his fingers in the air, and the splinters of blood began to rise around Osek's feet. He was surprised at what was happening, but before he could get out of the wound, the blood became two dragons that rose to the sky and dropped a heavy blade. Osek realized that Natsu had planned everything from the beginning. He repeatedly used the same attack to think that he could only attack from above, and he left the blood on the ground so that he could use it later. He realized that he had no chance to jump it and he fell to the ground. Natsu told him that he looked like a decent person because his attacks were direct, but to jump him, he had to think of another way. He approached Osek and pointed his arrow at him, saying that there was only one reason why he left it alive. He ordered everyone to tell him, but suddenly Tsukuyomi arrived at his part to attack the Black Knights, who suddenly attacked Natsu. He quickly avoided them and thought about asking Osek for help, but Tsukuyomi told him to calm down because they won't fight tonight. He said that he was only here to follow his special vice captain, and Natsu replied that he wouldn't just let them leave. Tsukuyomi told him that there were joggers approaching, and if Natsu didn't want to join them, he should stop them. Natsu reluctantly stopped himself from attacking, and Tsukuyomi told him they would meet again before they disappeared into a black smoke. On the other side, Shiki was talking to Shinya when he didn't know that he was fighting it. Shinya told him that they would look for the woman's house to keep him safe, and Shiki was happily telling Jin about it. He started to get arrogant and asked Jin to thank him, but hard to believe that a man who looks like a criminal is a friend of a police officer. Shiki was angry, but then he wondered why Jin wanted to help the woman. Jin started to tell his painful past, starting when he had a sister before her father killed her. His father was a Momotarou, and he chose his duty over his family. He killed his wife and son because they had blood on them. After that, he started to talk about his older sister, Heizuki, who was really good at making fun of him. In doing what he wanted, he made Jin feel like he was protecting her sweet lie, but in reality, he was the one who was always protecting Jin. Jin had a peaceful and loving family before everything changed, and he wanted to be a Momotarou like his father. He also wanted to tell this to his class, but his mother said it was too secret and he couldn't tell anyone. Jin said that everyone would be happy if they found out that his father was fighting. Heizuki suddenly cried that there were evil people who would get them if Jin immediately promised that he would not tell anyone that his father was a Momotarou on that occasion. The case, and his mother said that her father would be happy to hear that she also wanted to be like him. That was the happiest day of Jin's life, and he swore that he would protect his family as much as he could. One day, on his way home from school, he received a text from Heizuki asking if he could buy milk on his way home. Jin quickly went to a convenience store to buy milk, thinking about how he would fulfill his role in protecting his family. However, when he arrived home, his mother and his brother, who were lying on, and his father, who was standing next to them, looked at him in amazement. Jin could not understand what was happening, but his father told Kid that he killed them because they were Oni. Jin could not believe what he heard when his father said that he would have killed them if he knew their true origin. He asked Jin if he was a Momotarou or an Oni, and his mind could not handle the stress. He was shocked and his Oni abilities were awakened. So he lost himself when he saw that Jin was a Momotarou. Kid pulled his gun and pulled him away so that he would lose consciousness. When Jin's relatives returned, he realized what had happened. Hazuki texted, even though he was on the brink of death because he wanted to. He left the house as soon as possible. He began to cry, thinking how he could not protect his brother who risked his life for him. Fortunately, his father left him because he thought he would not be able to survive the severe wound. Jin was stronger than that, and he left the house, trying to get away as far as he could. In the end, he fell near a river, and when he regained consciousness, he was surprised that he was still alive. Despite the pain and suffering, he rejoiced in the loss of his mother and brother. He wanted them to find peace in heaven and swore that he would bring his father down to hell for him. He swore that he would never be with them again. He promised that he would live like a dying Oni and that his father would kill him with his own hands. From that day on, he was allowed to use his anger and the desire to become a High-Ganti to continue his journey. While Jin was finishing the story, he said that he did not know how his mother and brother became Oni. The Oni's venom comes out at different times to different people. Sometimes it comes out when they are still young, and sometimes it comes out when they are about to die. Usually, if the Momotarou will only have children with normal people, their blood is filled by children. However, if a child has both Oni and Momotarou parents, there is a 50% chance of becoming an alien or a Momotarou. Jin said that both of them had the blood of Oni, and if they had the blood of Momotarou, he would not have died. After all this, Shiki said that she was overwhelmed by the sad story and that she needed to cry. She immediately turned to the back and started crying loudly because touched her where she was most hurt, but she did not want to look weak in front of her. Even so, when she returned, her eyes were watering because of the extreme crying, and Jin was surprised there. She said she would kill Shiki if she felt sorry for her, and she replied that she did not feel that. Shiki said that it is really strange for anyone not to be hurt after experiencing such a crazy thing, and there was a strange tension between the two. Shiki received a call from Makoto and she found out that they had found the girl's house. She hurried to the address with Jin, but to their surprise, the girl's house was also on fire and she was surrounded by firefighters. Both were surprised, and Shiki was wondering who was leading the fire in every place they were going to. The person behind it was Shinya, who had already talked to the gangsters in the station. Everyone left the girl's house early. She ordered the house to be burned as soon as she found out that Shiki and Jin were looking for the girl. And even though the group leader insisted on doing such a bad thing, she managed to manipulate her through the promise of a large sum of money. Shinya was thinking about how easy it is to control idiots who only think money and never realize that they are just things to be thrown away. He thanked his luck that he was with Shiki and Makoto. Earlier, when he confirmed that Makoto's new friend was Shiki, he immediately returned and found out that Shiki wanted to know the girl's address right away. Makoto felt that he could not do it in a moment because he was not a real police and he could not help his friend. But Shinya thought of taking advantage of this situation. He told Makoto that he was looking for the girl because he had nothing else to do. Makoto was very grateful to him, but he did not know that Shinya was planning to make a deal between him and Shiki using this incident. At the moment, Shiki and Jin realized that they have nothing to do to protect for now, so they went back to Oni's base where Masumi called Jin. After hearing his story, he went downstairs to inspect the body. While waiting for everyone outside, Makoto returned from the corner of the question that Jin's condition was fine, but it seemed that their enemy was more aware. Something wrong with them, but it was not due to the power of the two Momotarou's facing Nato. Masumi said that they don't know anything about their enemy now, so they are in great danger, and Nato said that their only hope is the Seiga that is working for the enemy. According to Masumi, he added that they need to immediately look for those Seiga or they may be silenced. He told the students that they always need to think of the worst that can happen in such a situation. Because if they do not prepare their minds, they will be shocked if something unexpected happens. He told them to be careful in looking for criminals who do not dare to burn the hospital. After that, Masumi declared that their base was not saved and ordered Kaoru to evacuate everyone. Juji lost hope when he heard this, but Masumi told him not to be scared. He said that every ability has a weakness, and they just need to find it before giving up. He told the students that when they are in a pinch, they need to calm themselves down before doing anything, and anyone can't control it. Their mind is good enough to do that without serving in any division. His words made everyone angry, and then Masumi called Kaoru and Nato for a strategy meeting. At the same time, at the base of Momotarou, Judo was wondering about Osaki's fight and Tsukiyomi told him that Nato beat him. Osaki just laughed at it and said he would win next time. But Tsukiyomi was the winner in the next fight against Nato. Shinya is angry at this and he thinks that Nato should have done favor to the agency of Momotarou and finish Osaki. He believes that Osaki is useless, but if they help each other, with the help of Tsukiyomi, they might be able to defeat Nato, but he has something more important to do now. Shinya suddenly showed Makoto an article about the fire in the same place that Shiki asked. Makoto was shocked here, and then Shinya gave him more details through interrogation to fit his story. He says that a hospital near his house was also burned and he investigated it due to negligence. He saw something surprising. He said that the young girls who were saved by an Oni before fire and admitted that there was something suspicious about them. Makoto was very shocked when he heard this, and then Shinya started his initial plan. He asked Makoto if he can really trust his new friend who asked girls a few minutes before their house was burned, and he has no answer to that question. Back at the Oni's base, an Oni wrote to Masami that they have transferred all the important, and he is giving them a special task to finish before they leave the place. He went to the students telling them that he also has work for them. Their task is to find all the gangsters who are likely to be hiding in one of the stores they are running throughout the city. Masami told the students to split into 2 groups and go to all those stores at the same time. Shiki asked if Jin would join the mission, and Masami answered that they should not include him at this time. He believes that there may be a curse or something related to Jin, so he closed his eyes and ears. Immediately after that, the students helped Caillou approach Rakuro,
so
and
he
he
agreed
left
to help
for
Atari
Shaki,
too.
and he started asking for forgiveness for his mistakes in the future. Meanwhile, at the base of Momotarou, Mikado said that he trusts his new friend, and that Shinya would also agree if he met him. Osuke answered their conversation, but Tsukuyomi told him to be quiet because he can see Shinya's games of thought. Shinya, on the other hand, thinks that Mikado is too righteous and easy for his own good and plans to influence him to fulfill his ambitions. He told Mikado not to trust anyone, especially if he doesn't know everything about them. Then he started revealing some of his own secrets to make Mikado trust him
that
more.
he was the one who saved the two girls earlier when he didn't tell him.
Mikado was surprised to hear this, and then Shinya revealed the Oni he kidnapped was about to give birth to their target, Shaki. He said that Shaki and Jean might also be helping here, but Tsukuyomi suddenly stopped and asked why he didn't get the location of Shaki from Jean. Shinya answered that Jean was missing while he was on his way here, and Osuke started laughing at him. Shinya asked Mikado what Shaki would do if he found out everything about this from Jean. Mikado's immediate response was that he would kill his friend, but Shinya said that a terrifying Oni like him would first calm the witnesses. He also said that Shaki might kill Jean because she was caught, but for Mikado, that's too much. After that, Shinya reminded him that Shaki's identity as the daughter of Kizapoi, and that the hospital and the house of the girl were both burned. Mikado was starting to agree with his theory, but Shinya said that his new friend Natsu might be Shaki behind the mask. He pointed out all the possibilities, but Mikado said that his friend is a real person, and he wants to believe him. However, Shinya thinks that because Mikado said that he wants to trust instead of saying he trusts him, the source of the doubt is already planted in his mind. He thinks that it doesn't matter if Mikado's trust in Shaki is reduced because he will do worse things and he will lower that trust to zero in the end. He started to laugh. His hands were like crazy and twitching, thinking that Mikado's trust in Shaki, and in the near future, he would find a way to change their relationship. The right time to do it and make Mikado's anger enough to make Shaki angry with him. On the other hand, the ONI groups spread throughout the city to look for the bad guy's location using his radar sense, and even Rakuro and Kina can't be seen in their position. Rakuro suddenly gets nervous and says that Sam is with his Chan and Kina is taking care of him. Akari and Juji are also not seen. Homer are still trying to find the exact location of the store owned by the gangsters. Shaki receives a call from Mikado asking if they can meet in person. Shaki was a little nervous when he heard this and asked Mikado if there was a problem. It seemed like he wanted to meet him, and Mikado started to wonder what he was doing now, and he started to freeze while trying to think of a reason. Mikado asked if he was doing something he didn't want to share, and started to lose control in the very moment. He asked Shaki to help him and asked for help from Kei. Mikado, before the call ended, was surprised and took this opportunity to say that his new friend might not trust him enough to figure out what was going, knowing that Shaki might be in trouble now because of the gangsters, but it's impossible for him to explain it to Mikado. He was happy that Mikado's doubt in his mind was slowly growing, and he decided to wait a little longer before making a more serious move.
Mikado might
At
be
the same
involved
time,
in the call.
Shaki was
He
also
wanted to
thinking
talk
to him again and explain things better, but he also understood that he couldn't share all the secrets with him now. It was very tiring for him, and he was thinking if he should talk to Mikado about becoming only when the mission was over. She was free to trust her friend Momo's base. However, she gave a hint that if her theory was true, Mikado would be the one to answer and his friend only would have to jump. Tony Mikado thought about it for a few moments, and then he agreed to do something to his friend if she gave birth to Kishins. He was almost sure that Shaki was involved in something that Shaki had no idea about and was thinking about. The same goes for the call. It didn't take long for Masumi to contact everyone, telling them to expand their search because the evil spirits might be hiding to hurry because if they can't find the evil spirits, they won't be able to get any additional supplies to reach the true enemy. Even so, Shaki asked Tony because they haven't found a single evil spirit yet in a place that the recon team hasn't marked yet, might be hiding. Nervous right after that, so Shaki didn't pay much attention to him. She asked him if they already visited all the places on the list they got from the recon team, nervous because they had nothing to do now. He suddenly had an idea and called Mikado, asking for help to find the group. Mikado is busy right now. Shaki says he's worried about him, and now he's asking for a favor and asked for help, saying that this is a good thing. But at this point, Mikado's phone is on speaker so that everyone can hear what they're talking about. Shaki's request so they would know what he was planning, and Mikado said that he would immediately look for the group. After that, Mikado ended the call and asked Shinya to immediately find out the location of the gangsters. Completely trusted Shaki. Shinya told him that there was food, to also tell him the location so he could go there at the same time to see what his friend was really doing. It just so happens that Tsukuyomi received an order from the headquarters ordering him to patrol. He was ready to go out with his group, but he told Shinya to let him know as soon as he saw Nato again. Shinya tried again to plant doubts in Mikado's mind, telling him that the same time and his new friend. However, Mikado still trusted that all of this was just a coincidence. It didn't take long after that. Shinya sent the location of the gangsters to Mikado, to the place to see what was happening, and then he went. However, Shinya has another plan, and he is sure that it will reduce Mikado's trust. At the same time, the group's leader is in fear and despair outside the hideout because Shinya only ordered the hideout to kill his men while everyone is still in jail. But Shinya figured out a way to leave the country within 3 years. The gangster thinks that he will be safe if he trusts Shinya, and on his return to the country after 3 years, there is nothing more earning a lot of money for that shamelessness. And he thinks that his company in his gang is lighter than the weight of money. He immediately threw a piece of paper and then threw it in the hidden hideout, ran like crazy. At the same time, Shaki and Homer were running to the hideout of the gangsters. When there was a big explosion, it shook the whole place. Shiki noticed that the direction was the same as the hideout and immediately ordered Homer to get the
Homer
teachers
was
while
anxious
he was
to follow
going to
his
see
orders and ran to look for Nato while Shiki arrived at the place of the
He did not
explosion,
waste
where
time and
everyone
rushed
is
in to
probably
see that
thinking
whatever
of the
was left
explosion
in the
of
house
gas
was
was
fire.
unconscious on
He
the
saw
ground,
a
but
but when he approached, he saw that the man did not breathe. Shiki was surprised to see this, but she looked around and saw the man in front of her. The other gangsters were burned and scattered under the trees, and Shiki was shocked to see the terrifying sight. Frustrated that he did not make it to the hideout on time and hit the ground,
Life here.
he asked if
In
there
that
was
moment,
still. Makoto arrived there and saw Shiki sitting idly in the middle of the burned house. He completely believes now that this is Shaki's true identity, and the faceless Shaki is thinking that Makoto is talking. Hair. She tried to explain, but Makoto asked why was she here from the start. However, Makoto's anger was too much to answer any of her questions. That she trusted him and considered him a friend, but he broke her trust every time. Behind her, Shinya laughed because of her bad plan, and she accepted the result of Makoto's anger. Shiki was Kishin's daughter, Makoto announced that she already knew that. She also threw away her clothes and announced that she was a vice captain of the Momotarou agency. Surprised to hear this and asked Makoto to explain the police officer, but she said that Shaki's lie was even more ridiculous. Makoto said that Shiki killed a lot of people, and she even got to the point of hurting women, and she even though she tried to explain Shiki was ready to kill herself. Makoto said that she was silent because she couldn't listen to the taxi driver who used her to kill people. That she stopped because they were filming in the burning house and the firefighters might have arrived at any time. Makoto said that she already got the information about the Oni's hideout and that they would fix it. Makoto followed her and started to move away, but Shiki stopped her because they hadn't finished talking. Makoto answered that they had nothing to talk about and asked one last question. She always considered Shiki a friend. She said that and asked if she thought the same about her or if she was just using her. Shiki answered that she still considered her a friend, so Makoto joined in even more, and Shiki was left standing confused inside the burning house. It didn't take long after that for her to return to the hideout where Masumi collected the new information that the gangsters were gone and the Momotarou agency added patrolling to the whole city. The Oni were completely defenseless. Nevertheless, they now know who their real enemy is. Masumi said gave him matches the picture of the Momotarou who attacked Jean. She still doesn't know any details about Shinya, but she suspects that he is one of their captains and is very cunning. Not innocent. Hiro added that the Momotarou are even if the Momotarou who are really in the city are dangerous and dishonest, they never involve civilians in their actions. Shinya is a piece of trash. She assumed that Shinya she could go to Shiki and Makoto would kill him. Masumi said that she was sure that the information about their hideout was also leaked to Shinya. Kyoura added that it's a good thing that they transferred all their men. She insisted that others also leave their hideout before the Momotarou attacked them, but Masumi wanted to talk to Shiki first. She told Shaki that she was fooled because it is common for Oni to make friends with a foreigner to find out that they are Momotarou. She got angry at the case, telling Shaki to just be happy because they can't do anything about it anymore, and grabbed her neck, telling her that she doesn't care if she's frustrated because Makoto doesn't want to listen to her and now she wants to kill him. Shaki said that she doesn't want to fight Makoto and instead she wants to listen to him. That she would be stupid if she thought she could make Makoto listen. She told Shaki that she was weak and no one would listen to a weak voice. Shaki didn't understand what it meant, so Nato asked her why she thought Oni were fighting Momotarou. Shaki answered that they are fighting to protect themselves, and Nato said that's not the main reason. She said that they are fighting to make Momotarou understand their strength, so that one day they can sit down to talk about how to live together. She explained that if the war between Oni and Momotarou continues with great loss and there is a clear possibility that they will open up, Momotarou is thinking that they are on the brink of extinction and Oni are pests to be killed. They consider Oni to be weaker than them and don't listen to their voices. That's why Oni are fighting to let them know their strength. Nato said that they need to let Momotarou know that they can't win this war for a long time. That's the only way they can sit down and talk to find a better ending to this war. She told Shaki that they need to fight to reach the negotiation table because no one listens to a weak voice in this world. Finally, Shaki began to understand things, and then Nato told her understand her friend for whatever reason and she wanted to kill him. From now on, she will not listen to Shaki if she is not strong enough to force her to listen. Shaki asked what she should do in that situation, and Nato said that if she will not fight, he will chase her without a chance to explain. Nato said that he will make her strong and fight those who want to kill her, because if not, he will just consider her a monster and will kill her mercilessly. It didn't take long for the Oni to leave the base to go to another hideout, still not convinced by Makoto that everything would be fine if they will just talk. Meanwhile, in Momotarou, bees, also, they mocked the Oni and cockroaches that spread in the moment they try to attack. Tsukuyomi is more interested in Makoto's sad expression and asked what happened to him. Shinya answered that he was right in everything he said and Makoto's friend is Kishin's son. Oso laughed, saying that he would pay to watch the fight between two friends, but Makoto was angry so he could say that he would silence it completely. Oso was surprised by his anger, but Shinya also asked Makoto to calm down. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi was sure that Shinya had done something to influence Makoto. Loki respects the leader manipulator and doesn't want him to know and his plans because, as he said, Shinya gave them a chance to fight the NATO. At the same time, Shinya is happy that his plan was a success and he just needs to fix. He is the leader of a gang that is trying to escape the country. He was about to say that he would be more important to Shinya after his orders were executed, but suddenly, Makoto's face suddenly opened. The gangster couldn't see the road because he was driving too fast and was wondering what was going to happen. He started to worry, not knowing that this was the second part of Shinya's ability, where he could show his target what was in front of his right eye. The gangster lost control of the car while trying to get his normal look back and ran away to a house. He died immediately, and now Shinya erased all the evidence that could be useful to him in this case. Makoto just remembered that they were talking about the Oni ambush earlier. Shinya knew that the Oni had left their old ambush, but he also found out the location of their new ambush. He told everyone that the ambush was not far from where they were and that Shiki and Nato were there. Asek and Tsukuyomi were very happy about this, and Shinya told them they would surrender the Oni's hideout and kill each of those pests. Asek asked Tsukuyomi if he still didn't want to fight Nato. Picture had changed, his luck had also changed, and now he was confident after that he could defeat Shinya Nato. Told Makoto that his job was to make Shiki fall and that he was ready here. Meanwhile, everyone gathered at the Oni's base and asked Akari if they just wait for the Momotarou to attack them here instead of fighting back. Masumi answered that they were still in defense because they lacked information about the enemy. He told everyone to prepare for the attack because he was sure that the Momotarou agents already knew their location. Akari was very happy about this, and Masumi told her that usually she would tell students like them to stay in the battlefield. But for now, they need all the help they can get. She told them that this was their chance to show what they can do, but she also told them not to be careless when the battle started. Not long after, Shinya invited Makoto and the other to the location of the base where he saw Jin entering. He saw everyone entering the base and he thought that this place was full of ordinarians, so they wouldn't have a hard time facing most of them. On the other hand, a large number of weak Oni will be a favor to them because they need to be protected while fighting against the Momotarou, who are sure to make them weak. Meanwhile, Makoto was so excited that he was waiting for a moment to face Shiki in a battle, and he was punished because he was a monster. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi guided Makoto, calmly saying that because of his prediction, the Eight of Cups appeared, which means that things would not end well for him. Tsukuyomi encouraged him to let go of his thoughts and let things go, while Asek opened the door to the hideout of the Oni and rushed in. Other Oni followed him, and Shinya thought that tonight there would be a river of Oni blood flowing in the city. Even so, when he fell to the ground, surprised because there was no Oni in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw because he saw it clearly. The Oni arrived at this place and no one is there now. While Makoto and the rest of the place were worried, they asked Shinya if he read the information, and he told them that his information was correct. He saw the Oni gathering in one place through his ability, and he told his friends that they were hiding in this place. Tsukuyomi said that he didn't feel anyone near him, and Shinya was annoyed here that there must be more Oni here, and he used his power to confirm in his deep curiosity. Again. He saw his own back at this time and wondered what was happening. Before he knew it, Masumi cancelled his invisibility and brought him Jin. He was wearing a virtual reality headset all the time to pray for Shinya. Jin told Shinya that he really wanted to see his face again, so he could punch him, and Masumi even joined the prayer. He said that anyone could see in Shinya's face that he was an unaccountable person who was inciting civilians to their problems. Shinya was very surprised, so he sat down on the floor and wondered how he was convinced. Then Shiki and his other classmates came out of hiding to join the fight, and Tsukuyomi told Shinya that he looked crazy now. Shinya couldn't believe it, and he strongly said that he saw something else. Now it turns out that Masumi was right, that Shinya's ability has something to do with vision in the VR headset that shows the old recording of Oni's transfer to the new base. Masumi said that he now understands that Shinya is really stupid to use this little trick in the VR headset because it will go to them anyway. He said that he chose this way over others because it gave him the greatest joy of defeating his enemy in their own game. After that, Jin said that he seemed to be enjoying Shinya when he was a kid and asked what he was feeling now. He was angry with him and asked if he liked his little surprise gift, and Osek started laughing at how pitiful Shinya was. However, Sokeomi answered just fine because they can fight the Oni in the end while Mori and Momotarou were watching. Shinya suddenly jumped because he knew that even the weakest Oni here could beat him here. Jin immediately chased him because he wanted to make Shinya fall personally, while Osek was laughing at him, calling him a coward. Nevertheless, Shinya didn't care if he was laughed at by everyone here. He knows that he has a great loss in situations like this, and he will do everything to stay alive and succeed in his plans. Jin is right behind him, determined not to let him escape no matter what happens. On the other hand, Makoto told Shaki that they should also fix their fight. Shaki told him that nothing should be fixed, but Makoto told him to be quiet because he didn't want to hear what he was going to say. He told Shaki to follow him because he wanted them to fight without a fight. Shaki followed him, but Nenya Saninato Simasami watched him, so he ran away and followed the two men. Tsukeomi was shocked that he was able to escape, but he didn't have much time to think about it. Challenged Nenya Saninato, telling him that they should continue where they stopped him, saying it was his time now, but Osek didn't want to give Nenya Saninato a chance to fight. Nenya Saninato reminds Osek that even though he didn't hit him last time and asks if he's really stupid to think he has hope now. Osek has the confidence to answer that Nenya Saninato might win in round 1, but he won't win in round 2. He promises that he will win now using Nenya Saninato's strength to crush him. At the same time, he used his ability, and the black smoke gave way to the arrows that Nenya Saninato always uses. Osek's strength is showing that he can copy attacks that hit him, but he can only copy one within 24 hours. The students are panicking when they see Nenya Saninato's moves that their opponent is using, and then Osek's arrows are firing at them. Nenya Saninato blocked all of these with his arrow made of blood. He was not hurt. Crying, he told Omar, Junji, Roku, and Kuna suddenly that they would knock Osek down tonight. And Osek, who asked Nato what he meant by that. Nato replied that he was not interested in cheap imitations, that his student's strength was enough to handle someone like him. Nevertheless, he was interested in knocking down Sokeomi, because he felt that his abilities might be a problem. Osek became even more angry here, and told Nato that if he did not defeat all of his students and he would have nothing to do but protect them. Meanwhile, the students are panicking because they know that they are not strong enough to win. Junji knows that he has no ability to do anything in the fight, while Omar is panicking because he has not yet controlled his blood. Rikiro is starting to get nervous and tells Kuna that he does not have to do anything because he is in charge of the fight. But before he can do anything, Akari is panicking, telling them to leave the fight to a real strong man alone, but she told him that she would not, saying that the other Momotarou from the Naruma branch would come here, and she should use her strength for that. She told Akari not to think about knocking Osek down, and she was really angry about it, so she made an exact opposite of what she said and knocked Osek down to show her worth. Hiro noticed this and realized that Nato intended to weaken Akari's mind to defeat her. He would be the last one to support the children and told him to end his fight peacefully. Tsukuyomi asks if they should start too, but Nato says that they should also go somewhere else, complaining when Nato doesn't want to fight and left him to take care of the children. He said that he was so dismayed and his day was ruined, so he poured all his anger on the students. He immediately thanked when he saw how angry he was and was jealous of Kuna because no one else could feel safe with his man. He started cursing and threatening Akari, who got angry. When Osaka called about what child she was angry about now, but she was dismayed when her ability became useless. In that moment, Osaka attacked her with a sword and forced Akari to run away because he was worried about what she was thinking. However, Osaka suddenly jumped at her and knocked her to the ground with a punch. Akari now thinks that this is her chance because if Osaka gives up her distance, she also has a chance to attack her. Ability to imitate powers was the reason why they always received rumors about her back then. Juji asked him why Osaka was giving up the advantage of being far away to attack Akari closely. All they knew about Osaka was that he was very good at close combat. Akari also learned this when Osaka avoided all of her attacks without any difficulty and then punched her. Pushed her head against the wall with a stick and Akari's daggers spread. When it came to fighting her, she was so weak that she was told to choose the weaker one. She started walking away and to be famous. The black giants to finish Akari, who was stunned that she looked like a statue just now. Both Nanado and Osaka thought she was small, and when she tried to pretend to be cool, knew she was defeated without fighting back to use her abilities, and if she doesn't get a good one this time, she will die like a statue. She was very angry with herself and cut off all of her anger to call the last ability. Osaka was tired of waiting for her to stand suddenly up, so she ran, and the pressure of the wind was enough to crush the arrows as well as the archers. She was very surprised by the sudden change in its strength and noticed that Akari was no longer looking for it when there were bloodstains that started to fall from the roof. Osaka stood up and saw that Akari had bloodstains because of her new ability. Give it a good fight Akari now, said, and Osaka was really eager for the second round. Meanwhile, Roku couldn't stop looking at Akari's new eye and said it was beautiful. Kayuna was angry and asked Roku if Akari was better than her. Juji was angry because he was thinking that the two lovers would be like that, while Homer was doing something that everyone around was the only one who was useless. On the other hand, Akari laughed because he was jealous and was hoping for Osaka. She called the black wizards to surround Akari in all directions, but Akari just blew her arrows in all of this, which is easy. Osaka avoided the arrows approaching her and said that Akari really got what she was hoping for this time. After that, she called the rest of the wizards, asking Akari if she was also excited because they were both, and immediately Akari responded to the black they wizards, had no, avoiding their arrows too quickly and from before they suddenly stopped behind them. The outcome from there is some iris to the black wizards, and after Akari committed suicide, she went to Osaka. He let Akari approach the ground, but Osaka, the evil attack of the nature dragon, disappeared, destroying Akari's one arm, so she fell to the ground helplessly. She started to think that this was her end when she suddenly saw her friends staring at her, asking if she would join
On
them
her
right
face
away.
when she promised
Akari
herself
was reminded
that she
of
would
the
kill
look.
a Momotarou for every friend who was not with her, and her determination to fight until the end came back.
She strengthened her mind and used all of her remaining strength to continue flying.
She knew
She
would
that
not
if she
be able
lost
to
what
do
she had
it again,
so she let her pour all of her strength into her remaining strength to finish the fight. Sok was happy to see this, and as Akari was attacking her, she created a new group of monsters who turned around to block all arrows, and Osuk was nervous to see that she did not stop. After that, Akari used a powerful attack that looked like a drill aimed at Osuk,
fell to the wall behind
her
her
to block it, and Osuk lost consciousness because of that, and Akari told her that they were not alike. Osuk was very happy in the fight, and she was ready to sacrifice her life.
Akari told her
if
that
she
she
was
enjoyed
not
the
a fool
fight.
who would sacrifice her life, and that was the reason why she won. Because of that, her strength gradually disappeared, and she lost consciousness as she fell to the ground. Before she completely fell, and her classmates gathered around her, happy that she won the fight. However, Kyoto told them that Akari was badly injured in the fight and her left hand was okay because of Oni's ability to breathe, but Kyoto did not think he could save her in this situation. He insisted that they immediately bring Kyoto to a doctor, and in that moment, he was still unconscious. Woke up even. He asked Kyoto to let him live for now and Akari's safety first. At the same time, Masumi watched over Shaki and Mikado, who chose a high house for them to face.